Hello and welcome. We're live. And we have got a great episode to end out the Awkward Sibling season with. Adulting. It's a thing.
Lies. All lies.
I mean, we used to just call it being a grown-up or being an adult, but that's the millennial touch, right? It's now a verb. I guess because not everybody feels like an adult, even though they're going through the motions. But it's going to be a great episode. Everybody's going to share their tips and tricks and all the ways that they deal with how I think a lot of people feel ill-prepared for adulthood. There's a bunch of reasons why, and quite honestly, they are often education related. Because the American public education system got rid of home economics and civics. And those are the two areas where people most often talk about feeling inadequate at doing adult necessary activities. So home economics would teach everything from balancing checkbooks and cooking and sewing and home repair, garage repair. Garage, even woodworking is part of the original home economics. Like literally 1960s home economics textbooks had how to wire a lamp from the start. And not just buy a kit, but actually like you're going to need to buy 6 feet of wire, this specific type of electrical wire, and you're going to need to buy, a plug, and then you're going to, and the directions actually tell you how to splice them together. So that all those things were part of the home economics umbrella. When I was going through the education program, there was a separate program at my university for home economics that they were closing from, quote, lack of interest. And it wasn't the lack of interest of students. Students kept wanting to take the courses or even get the degree in home economics. They were closing the department because nobody was hiring home economics teachers anymore. That's why they were closing it. Was not from a lack of interest from young people's perspective, but from a lack of hiring out in the job market. On the flip side, civics is about politics and geography as far as how politics and geography interact. As well as economics, which is part of politics. I don't care what people say. And because where you have money and power, you have politics. It's just that way. Yeah. So all of these things are where people feel like, Tom, are you muted? I thought I saw your little mouth going.
Yeah, sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, but also like civics is how the community functions. So it's like, what are the jobs that you hear about people being elected in city government for?
And right, what are all those? What is a comptroller?
And what do you as a citizen use them for? They serve the public. They are not dictators, as they've tried to become now.
Yes.
And so, if you're never told what they're for, how would you know what to talk to them about?
So civics is all of that. Like, in some locations in America, dog catchers are elected, not appointed. So people run political campaigns and have political affiliation for the dog catcher, which is a wild idea. But anyway.
Our coroners are elected, which really, I feel like should be...
I feel that's so suspicious.
Yeah, no, I want somebody who knows medicine.
I want somebody who's actually trained in funeral direction, who understands how to process a body. And what does that mean? Somebody qualified versus they just ran a good campaign. Excuse me, what? But again, the problem is when you have civics classes at the junior high or middle school level through high school, that's when citizens, soon to be fully fledged citizens, say things like that of, I'm not okay with electing dog catchers and coroners. I want them to at least have qualifications before they can even put their hat in to run for an election. And therein lies the problem. So we're actually going to talk about how did we get here, as well as, well, we're here, how do we handle it best? Because there are very potent political reasons why home economics and civics are no longer taught in public schools, let alone private schools. And all the ramifications are millennials going, oh, I'm adulting and I don't know how to read the news and I don't know how to tell what is fake news versus what is legitimate journalism. All of that, there's a reason you don't know.
Yes.
If you feel inadequate at navigating life as an adult, there's a reason for it. And it's not you that was not paying attention or you were sick that day. There is a plan. And it's not my plan. I absolutely disagree with this plan. But there is a reason, and there are plenty of things you as individuals can do to gap your education, just like everybody here has. Everybody in our panel today has also tried very hard to fill in that gap of their education, as well as, I believe, pretty much everybody in our chat as well has made comments in the past about having to teach themselves various important skills. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Hello, panel, and welcome. Lovely,
Hi.
lovely people.
I have to say, I think one of the reasons we call this adulting now instead of growing up is that at least a certain generation ruined the idea of growing up because they just used it as we don't like what you're saying, just grow up. And it became this catch-all term that a lot of generations, I know mine really didn't like that, and I can see this really growing stronger in the ones below us, where the term just grow up is almost funny because what we hear when we hear that is just, I don't like what you're saying, just carbon copy me and shut up.
Yeah, or like you had to grow up too young. When you should have been playing with toys, you were like making dinner or cleaning the house.
Also, there is this huge problem adults have, and psychologists, psychiatrists bring this up a lot whenever they're trying to help adults recover from various problems. Adults forget they had to have a starting place to learn at some point. And we're not giving people those starting points anymore. They're just like, well, I figured it out. So it's like, and you've forgotten how you figured it out. You can't even tell me.
Well, I mean, they really ruined this phrase, the whole idea of growing up, because I have been told, like, I'm 46, like, I'm not a spring chicken, and I have been told by those older than me when talking about, like, some of the issues that we're seeing right now in, like, Memphis, for example, that I just need to grow up and be more mature and understand that sometimes bad things happen, but no one's really at fault. And I've been told that phrase, just grow up. And I'm like, no. This is not a grow up thing. This is something bad happened, and you're not wanting to see it and just keep going the way that things have always gone. And that phrase in and of itself has been deprecated to the point where we actually, as a culture, needed a different word.
Yeah.
And adulting may not be the best word, but it is the one that we have at the moment.
I mean, I really actually personally like the using adult as a verb because we're all just humans of various ages, but we're just humans, and adulting is a thing we essentially put on and take off. You know, you choose to adult or not, but there's being an adult all the time, especially with the negative connotations of being super serious and not having fun and not playing, I don't always want that. I like sitting in my PJs and having no plans for the next 4 hours.
Disney PJs? What?
Yes. That's what I'm wearing right now. Oh, my PJs are music. They have all sorts of notes and things on them. And I love that they have pockets. They're so wonderful. I love pockets. But like growing up, people had such negative connotations about being an adult. It sounded like a terrible sentence that would happen to all of us eventually, and our crime was just aging. You know, you have to be super serious, and you can't have fun, and you can't have a good time, and you know, all you can do that is different about being an adult is like you have to do all these super serious things, and your only break is hanging out with other super serious adults and drinking. But then when you're drinking, you have to play cards. You have to play bridge crap. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be negative about bridge. It can be a fun game. It depends on who you're playing with. But I wasn't that into card games. I liked board games more. And board games were not part of adulthood. Not when I was growing up. It was terrible. And I was like, I asked my parents, well, how do you get a chance to play board games as an adult? And they're like, oh, the only way you can do it is if you play with children. And then you have to claim that you're doing it for the children's benefit. Even when you're having a good time? Yes, especially when you're having a good time. I was like, well, what if I want to go to like a theme park or, you know, something fun like a children's museum? Oh, you have to find a child for that. You can't go alone.
So also, I think with adulting as a term, I think it makes it less stressful of an idea when you have imposter syndrome.
True.
Like, I'm not really an adult, but I can do some adulting things.
Or like, I need a more adult.
As well as like,
An adultier
okay,
one.
then when kids are doing adult tasks, and we recognize that this is something we expect an adult to do, it is not something we should expect a kid to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, let us keep in mind that childhood is a very recent invention.
Yeah. It's true. It used to be that if you were 5 years old, in many societies, you were considered an adult, and to have adult reasoning, you were just in a smaller body.
Yep.
That was the excuse for child labor of they are just, you know, tiny adults. They can think for themselves.
And they can have full-time jobs.
Yes.
Of 12 hours a day, 6 days a week.
Yep.
And as I prove that I have not been replaced by a pod person and quote a dead European philosopher, I have been really obsessed with Gilles Deleuze's idea of seeing yourself not as an individual, as a singular unit, but seeing yourself as a dividual, that you are somebody who has various component processes that you turn on and turn off as necessary to get through your life. So sometimes you are silly. Sometimes you are an adult. Sometimes you are this, sometimes you are that. And that these are things that get activated based on either what you are doing or who you are with. And seeing your life and the things that you are participating in as processes rather than as finalized whole units. And it's been something over the last couple of years that has really helped me recontextualize all the different things that I do. Because if you have having to answer questions like, well, what do you do for a living? Like, how do I answer that? I podcast, I write, I'm a restaurateur. Like, I am none of these things. I am none of these things. I do stuff with the restaurant. I do a podcast. And seeing those as component parts has been really helpful for me to get rid of some of my imposter syndrome. Because I'm not trying to be an author. I am writing.
Yep.
Like when you turn that into when you turn these actions into verbs and stop trying to embody the thing, but just to do the thing, I
Mhm.
find like it's a very like French philosophical way to get to to Taoism. It's kind of like, where don't there is no doer. You don't
Let's
try.
take the back door.
Yeah, you just do
Mhm.
it. And like, will I ever be an adult? I don't know. Like, what is an adult? How will I know when I am the perfect adult? But I can tell when I am adulting. I can tell when I am writing. Like, none
Mhm.
of these I will not fully embody any of these words, but I can engage in the process. And I've just found that very helpful, and for me, a lot healthier way of seeing all of the variant parts of my life.
And
I
also,
found it very concerning when I was young, when I was like middle school age and older, about defining oneself through employment or
Mhm.
how you're spending your day, as if the role itself is all consuming. And I know that, at least to some degree, this has its roots in that sort of Protestant work ethic BS. But I just think it's another way for humans to be toxic.
I mean, it is Americans are considered weird for that one.
Well, I also think that it is something that we inherited from the Newtonian classification that we adopted so strongly in our culture, where everything had to be classified down to like, the creation of the American concept of race, which is really really fun for everybody who does not know. The rest of the world does not share our idea. Like, this is something we invented, and when we explain it to them, they're like, "You do what now?" Um, but in that rigid classification system, we have to know what you are, not what you do. What are you? Are you a writer? Are you a worker? Are you a manager? Are you what are you? Because we're trying to pretend. Like, this is the biggest bane of American culture, is we always apply this weird air of science, if no matter how pseudo that science is, over everything that we do. Like, this is how a certain Fox News host can do an entire documentary about why you should shine light on your undercarriage because science. Like, no, if you did a science, maybe you wouldn't do this. But we
If
can get away with saying it in this culture,
maybe you wouldn't tan your balls.
right? Right? But we can get away with saying crazy things in our culture as long as we can give it the veneer of science. As long as we can pretend in some way that there is a scientific basis for what we're saying. And that's where the problem of the adult really comes in, is we know what an adult is. An adult has no fun, and they do their job, they go to work, they pay their taxes, they eat, sleep, reproduce, have exactly 2.5 children, and die.
Everything Pink Floyd warned us about.
Yes.
Hello, Heather.
Hello.
Brick in the wall.
I did really quick though want to say, because it was brought up earlier, about imposter syndrome, and
Mhm.
it's definitely something to recontextualize, because we have, like, psychiatrists have checked and we have actually proven imposter syndrome is your brain's way of telling you you are getting competent at something. It is part of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Mhm.
And essentially, if you feel imposter syndrome, it means you realize how difficult the task is and how much more you can learn and how you are learning as you go. It doesn't mean you are incompetent. It doesn't mean you are pretending to be something. It literally is your brain's signal that we have misunderstood that, wow, you're actually, learning how to do this.
Mhm.
Imposters never have imposter syndrome.
Yep.
Yeah, that is wild, isn't it? I think that is wild. As somebody who experiences imposter syndrome in every aspect of my life, including just being a woman, it is wild to me that imposters never experience imposter syndrome, and I like live it. I just, no, and literally I experience it just being human. Like, I used to. I don't quite feel this way anymore as often, although it does come back. Where I was like, I'm not human. I'm one of those cuckoo aliens that has been implanted here, and they're never going to tell me I'm not an alien, and then I'm going to die, and they're going to autopsy me, and they'll be like, oh, who knew? Like, I literally would have those thoughts. I had those thoughts for actual decades. And here are imposters out here just never doubting their own competency, and it's wild to me. Heather, this is sort of an ADHD kind of crowd, so you have to just jump in when you want, and you keep talking to
it in really well.
But in a lot of ways, I've gotten to the point where I
hold myself back.
People that are overly confident.
Yeah, if anything, I'm a little off-put by people who are just like, "Hi, I'm amazing, can't you tell?" Like, ew, go away. Bye.
Show me your credentials.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
I wasn't that into watching Tangled. Because one of the main characters is so confident and he turns out he's an absolute fraud. It was like, not cool.
You mean like the that whole Twitter situation with everyone complaining in like the first Deadpool movie about Deadpool's, relationship with his girlfriend during the holidays, and then like Deadpool would never act this way, and the one going, yeah, he would, he totally would. They're like, no, you don't know. It's literally the writer who's written the most Deadpool issues in Marvel ever.
Why would you trust the person who actually knows things? This is another problem with our society.
Yeah, that's one thing. I love finding the things where people are like, that doesn't work. And it's like, you're literally talking to the creator of it. This is the person who made it up.
My favorite new thing that has been happening a lot in Star Wars fandom is all the people that are complaining about how George Lucas never would have, and then people finding the interview with George Lucas where he talks about how he put that into the show.
Yes, where he publicly says all the things he did do, not would have.
Because they're so confident that they're right that like they don't know, like they didn't even bother to take like that 2 seconds to Google.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to quote. I'm quoting the scriptures. Like,
I do enjoy this about the internet. Like, I realize everybody talks about how evil the internet is, which I actually disagree with as well. But also the ability to just search and immediately come across data that tells you
immense amounts of data.
And it doesn't take an incredible amount of time. It's just boop, here you go. Somebody's already curated it. Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. I don't have to travel to another library 3 states away. It's wonderful. I love it. In a moment, I can prove or disprove. Has George Lucas ever said this on camera? Okay.
And this is the one thing that is lacking, like you were saying, in not teaching civics and everything else, is we don't have a valid media literacy. Like when you go to a website that is 5,000% ads, like, I mean, so much ads that you're like, is there text here? Like, it's all ads. And like they're video ads that are playing like 5,000 YouTube videos all over each other. And for some reason, they forgot to turn the sound off on all of them. This might not be the most reputable source.
You are literally describing all of my recipe searches. You are literally describing the horrors of food blogs right now.
Yes, but if you're looking for medical information, that's not where you're going to find the most reputable sources.
No, that's not where
like if you're looking for history, like the actual history nerds, like if you go to a history site, you know it's good because it looks like it was made in 1996, even though it was made in 2020. Because they didn't care and they just used a Courier font and it's nothing but block text.
Yes.
They don't even know what a picture is. They have never seen these things. There might be a weird illustration that they.
It looks like they copied over their GeoCities page when GeoCities closed. And then here's the I mean, I do agree.
Like there's basic media literacy that everyone should ask. When anyone tells you anything, ask yourself, can they benefit from me believing this?
So one of the things I found very eye-opening in the mid-90s for myself when I was a teenager was our public library in North Mississippi had a big book sale. Like truly, so you will actually see a reference to this, by the way, in the upcoming issue of the Stories of Fillmore. It's literally coming out in the next issue about a library fundraiser, and this is based on the library fundraiser that our public library had in the mid 90s. They were literally trying to raise enough money to put in a whole new wing in the library. And one of the things they did was they asked everybody to go through their homes and their storage units and their sheds and bring out any book and every book they did not want so the library could sell it. And what ended up happening was they got a lot of ancient textbooks, like textbooks from the 1930s through the 60s, that various professors and teachers and public school teachers had. I don't know why they stored them at their house, but anyway. So there'd be just stacks as tall as a human person from the floor up of textbooks, and you could buy any textbook for a quarter. And I bought various home economic textbooks and food service textbooks and civics textbooks because I was curious. And what I found out was from these textbooks that dated from the 1970s back was even the civics books had whole chapters explaining to you how to tell if a newspaper is reputable or not, or even how to examine each article for whether it was a news release or whether real journalism had been conducted for this newspaper article. So this issue of fake news or not, is this information valid or reputable? This issue has always been around, and they used to teach it in schools, and they do not teach it anymore.
Yep.
But I found that very educational as a teenager, even though, yes, I was reading way outdated textbooks from the 50s. And truly, how were they from the 50s? They talked about how to tell if an article was, supported fascism or not. Ah, the golden days.
Good thing we don't have to worry about that anymore.
I'm so glad we don't have to worry about it. That's why they stopped teaching it in the 80s, right?
Oh, Ronald Wilson Reagan. What is it with our country and presidents with the word Wilson in their name? Like, maybe we should just not. Like can we amend the Constitution? No more
Here's the
Wilson?
problem, Tom, and I actually know the answer to that, and the shame that we feel.
Wilson?
So there's the Wilson Carries and the Carrie Wilsons, and they intermarried. And they go all the way back to the War of the Roses, and then moved to America, continue this, and then intermarried. Because they finally figured out in America it was better to unite their families. And we are related to the Wilsons and the Carries that way. From Virginia, because it always goes back to Virginia. Anyway, so yes. And you can tell a Wilson Carry.
We'd be here all night.
They have this distinctive dimple that if I smile real hard, you can see. And that is the Wilson Carey dimples. Megan says, I love that they're starting to teach media literacy in schools and how to tell if something is reputable. It's not everywhere yet, but it is growing.
This is one of the most important adult skills.
For a long time coming, if they weren't.
I know libraries are offering various infographics and stuff about media literacy, but, people would have to read it first.
Because if you don't know what information is reputable, then you can't make valid decisions.
People don't make valid decisions is the answer to your question, CB.
So that's something that I was fascinated about. At one point, I was interested in getting a degree in economics. And then I found out how terrible it was, and I was like, never mind. But anyway, what fascinated me about economists is they don't seem to understand to this day. See, I have a degree in psychology, and I guess psychology at least accepts that people don't make sense, versus economics does not accept that people don't make sense. And so the issue in economics is that people do not always, let alone often, choose for what is in their best interest, either short term or long term, what is in their best interest, but that they instead make emotional decisions based on what will alleviate their fear fastest and they bet will most likely alleviate the most fear. Not that the fear is based in reality or real fear, but that whatever they feel fearful about in that moment. That humans make emotional decisions, not rational decisions.
And this is also one of those places, like, I can explain him very, very easily. And that's, again, with this media literacy problem. And yes, it didn't exactly start with Rush Limbaugh, but it really hit the peak there in that he showed a capitalist model where you could turn politics into a sports ball game.
Yep.
Well, it was a combination. It was Rush and Newt Gingrich.
Yep.
Those two were a power combo in the 90s that changed American politics.
And once politics is a sports ball game where you're supporting your team rather than your interests, all you need is who's the best team player that will beat the other team. That's all you care about now. You're not looking at who, like, this is how not only we got the orange one, but how we got Joe Biden. Joe Biden was picked not because he was the best choice for the job, but the powers that be decided he was most likely to win. Because it's a sports ball game. It's not about what do the people want. Because honestly, if we were a true democracy, like, the numbers of people that want gun control, the percentage of Americans that are pro-choice, like the numbers of people like that want Medicare for all of these things that are in the 70% of popularity here, like, it's not even close. But people aren't voting based off of what they want to see happen. They're voting so their sports ball team wins. And so you don't pick the person who has the agenda that you want, that is an activist that has come up on the agenda that you want. You look for who's going to win the sports ball team. And that's how we get George Santos.
Real quick, because it has been raised as a question, and this is, Adulting 101.
Yes, so we need to explain a representative democracy.
Yeah, that this is representative democracy, not straight democracy.
Nor is it straight republic either.
Yeah. So what it means is that we as a group, a small group, elect representatives who are then supposed to vote roughly how their group would want them to vote. That is the idea of representative democracy, of we send a representative who then votes on our behalf, how we would want to, the majority would want them to vote of their constituents. Is that how it actually works? No, because they only have to get elected every so often, and most of their constituents don't pay attention to their voting records. So that's hence politicians making promises they never keep. Whenever I see a bumper sticker with any politician's name on it, I just hear from The Simpsons, whatever months, the bully laughing and pointing of, haha, you trust a politician. You would have dinner with them, wouldn't you? Because that's the real sign of, like, you don't understand how politics works. You're trusting a politician. Their job is to keep everyone happy with them. They're not there for honor or for forthright, stand-up behavior. They are there to keep everyone appeased. They are as fair weather as you can get. That is the job of a politician.
And that's why, like, when I was saying that this comes down to media literacy, that's really that aspect of things.
All these things used to be taught in civics, by the way. Like,
and
for
the
real.
reason they're
It
not
is worth it to look and see if you can find for the super cheap some civics textbooks and just order them. Often you can find them online for literally $1 or $2 plus $4 or $5 shipping.
And if I can quote Mr. Reagan, The reason civics isn't taught in schools anymore is these GD civics classes are turning all of our kids into socialists. We can't have them reading the GD Constitution and the GD Bill of Rights.
And
Except for he
holding us
didn't say
to them.
GD, he said the full words. Because they don't support our goals. And that's when he led the charge to defund civics classes.
My
And,
brain
like-
was like, what is GD? General Electric, but like less?
No, you do know, right? Like,
I figured it out.
Charlie's trying very hard to be a gentle person on my stream.
I'm
Thank you.
trying not to get you demonetized.
Yes, I appreciate it. Mostly because I really feel like this episode is very important.
Mhm.
Versus, let's be honest, some of our episodes are just fun and it's okay. Like our music episodes, it's like let's all just share. But like this one, we're actually talking about things. There's so much misunderstanding and so much biased reporting. Like that's not even just biased. Biased reporting itself is actually not as big of an issue as that sort of subtle bias reporting where they claim to be unbiased, but there actually is a slant. By the way, quick tip. Here's a pro tip for you. If you ever wonder, is this article biased or slanted? Here you go. Go down all the way to the bottom and read the last paragraph. Whoever gets the last word is the takeaway they want you to take away with. So they can like have in an article all this on one side, but if the final word is the other side or the side with the money, let that be a sort of a flag for you of, oh, hold up.
The civics is sometimes also labeled as government class.
Or economics class in high school.
Yeah, I took those. You guys are talking about some of the stuff that like they took out of classes. I'm like, how outdated was my school's curriculum? Because
We know where you're
did
from.
so many of the
We
things.
know where you're from, Kat.
Decades.
We know what state you come from and which part of your state you're from.
But we
Your
had like
school is literally
sometimes we had,
decades out.
brand new textbooks that we were using, like
I
from the
mean-
previous year.
But like that is what the school's choice, but they no longer get government funding to have those classes. They have to actually put those out of their own budget
Mm-hmm.
to have those
My
classes
school
as an
also
option.
did have a habit of being like, "Oh, that's on a banned list. Let's read it."
Mm-hmm. Also, like, let's be perfectly honest. High school, especially high school home economics, high school economics, high school civics classes, themselves are not necessarily unbiased depending on who is establishing the curriculum and who wrote the textbook.
If you've ever seen the beginning of was it Starship Troopers? They give a very interesting representation of a very biased civics class. Of how, yes, you want to be in our form of government. Our form of government is the best form of government and the only good form of government.
Service equals
So-
citizenship.
So be understanding about the fact that even if you had a course or maybe even multiple courses between middle school, high school, and college, there may have been a bit of a bias that you might have been too young to recognize. And again, there's not necessarily anything inherently wrong with a bit of a bias. So for instance, all textbooks that the state of Texas purchases for their schools are going to have a Texas bias, which is not inherently horrible. It's just when you're in Mississippi, why is there like literally 6 chapters in my 20 chapter textbook about Texas in here? Why? Because Texas purchased the biggest grouping of these textbooks, and the publishers were like, we're not putting out a new book, so you're just gonna have to get the Texas textbook. Like, that's why. So be understanding that even like pretty much. So here's the deal. Here's how it goes. Particularly public school. Who paid for it? Your parents did not pay for it. The government paid for it. The state, local, and federal government subsidized your education. So they got to determine what you were taught and how you were taught and when you were taught. So Mississippi history, when I was growing up, used to be a required course in 7th grade, But then they realized that 7th graders asked too many questions, and the state legislature reduced it to 4th grade. So 4th graders would not ask, how come every battle fought during the Civil War in the state of Mississippi was won by Mississippians? And the answer is they weren't. Only 2 were won, 23 were lost. But that is not what it says in the Mississippi history textbook. But 4th graders don't ask as many questions as 7th graders. So that is why the state legislature changed what grade it's taught in. So again, like there are biases in most. Now, if you go to private school, again, who's paying for it? Are your parents the sole financiers of your education? Or is in fact subsidized by a church or an organization? Because guess what? They're going to have a say in what's in your textbooks and what is not taught, even if it is in your textbook. That is a fun little tricky trick that a lot of curriculums do.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have any grade ever? And I'm willing to bet every single person here has had at least one textbook that they were taught as a child or high schooler where their school, for whatever the reason, skipped at least one chapter and did not explain why. Oh, we don't have time for that. Sure. But you'll make time for what you care about. Okay. So there's a reason they skip these, and it's because the curriculum and the people who make the curriculum, I say this to somebody, that's like what my actual education degree is in, is designing curriculum. I can't imagine where I've come up with this whole system on YouTube. Anyway, but where the curriculum designers specifically skip the parts of a textbook that they do not value, or that they've been told that the people paying for their curriculum designing do not value. So, all the stuff in the back of your math textbooks, all of those were things that they did not value. So they skipped it. Heck, some of my math textbooks, we'd skip the 4th chapter. Why? What was it? Division. Literally, I had 3 different grades in elementary school where we skipped the division. And my father's like, how could you learn multiplication if you don't ever touch division? And I'm like, I don't know. Division seems more interesting to me because at least how do I split up an apple evenly among friends? And my father was like, there she is, my food motivated child. Okay, let's go over it.
Everything relates to either money or food. And, it is how people relate to stuff. So it's not a bad strategy.
Fun fact,
Then
calculus.
you also
is
have
about
that ridiculous person who buys like 20 watermelons and is going 30 miles an hour on this road, and like, what is the airspeed velocity of the small
No.
When they have a crash.
If you have 30 watermelons and you're going down a road at 25 miles an hour, how much cocaine has this person done? That is the correct question. How many grams of cocaine have they done where they think speeding up to 55 miles an hour is appropriate right now? Like, that is the real question in that math book they're not asking.
Ding, ding, ding.
Or-
1 inspector's worth.
How long are they trying to stall getting back to the family reunion?
Right? Oh, yeah. Oh, let's go find some places to, like, let the car cool down. Sure. Absolutely. But again, like, there is so it's something that I learned when I was studying how to be a writer. And it goes like this. When you write as a writer, you have to be aware of, quote, what everyone knows. What everyone knows is what your reader already knows that you don't really have to bring up, but you can like reference and you don't have to explain. In fiction, what everyone knows in your fictional world, in your world building, is something characters all know and that either you choose to explain or not explain to your reader. But there are things everyone knows. Well, when you're teaching children, what everyone knows, they'll skip. So that means that a lot of adults, a lot of parents think, oh, well, surely they're teaching this because I was taught it. I know about it. And they don't realize till it's too late. It wasn't taught to their children.
Oh, there was a random thing I wanted to say about the curriculum thingy, but I got distracted.
And then specific needs. Right?
So also, because there's the curriculum that gets sent to the school, but then depending on which teacher you have, depends on how long you spent on that curriculum in different sections.
Yep.
Because when I was in high school, we had part of our grade had one teacher for the ninth grade 10th grade history. I don't remember which one it was. But the other half had the other teacher. The
Mhm.
one group, which I wish I would have been in, spent like a week or two talking about like the time of King Henry VIII, and they went through every one of the wives,
Mhm.
every single one. Okay, and they talked about all of them. Mine skimmed it.
Yeah.
I was like, "Excuse you?"
Every
I want
one
that
of my classes
We're gonna have to
growing
go
up,
see the musical Broad 6 now.
every one of my classes growing up, all the way through all of my formal education, skipped World War One. All of it. So
Mm-hmm.
I think
how
we
did
might
I
have
learn
mentioned it. I'm not
about
sure we
World
actually
War
talked
One?
about it.
Because World War One is actually very important to understand World War Two. And to understand World War II is to understand our modern society, because we are a post World War II society. And so what this is true. This is actually what happened. So there is the last full season of Blackadder. It's still full season. It's 6 episodes. Anyway, it's what is it? Go Forth Blackadder or something like that. There was one issue of the DVDs that the special features were just, what's his name? Tony, was the actor Tony Robinson? That's a different Tony
Rowan
Robinson.
Atkinson?
Rowan
No.
Atkins was in
The
No,
one
no,
who
no.
wrote it was the one who played Baldrick.
Baldrick. Tony something or something Tony.
He's an actual historian.
Oh, I
So
I've
know.
never actually seen it.
So he's an actual historian,
long
and he wrote a series of essays about World War One as it relates to various episodes of this Blackadder World War One series. And they literally put as special features on each DVD his essays that he reads out loud with pictures, like a slideshow, for an hour to an hour and a half each DVD. And that is how I learned about World War One enough to then research it on my own. And then I made Tom watch all of the special features. Yes, I got it back when Netflix was mailed through the mail. That's right. When Netflix came through the mail, y'all, that's how I got Blackadder.
That's when I first heard about Netflix.
Yes, back in the day.
90s, right?
I don't know. It was quite that. Okay.
Yeah.
It was the early 2000s for
I
me.
didn't have it.
Get a DVD player until the early 2000s.
But
Gary
what's
said,
Tony Robinson?
I
Mhm.
I took a college history class, U.S. history pre-1877. My professor skipped Andrew Jackson's presidency. Quote, I hate him. He was horrible. Read about him if you want, but he sucked. He did
I mean,
suck.
that's accurate.
I mean, it's accurate, but actually a lot of U.S. policy still echoes Andrew Jackson. So, for instance, Andrew Jackson said, I will destroy the Second Bank of America, and then did. And why? Because they would not give him a loan to support his campaign for presidency. So that is why we only have the First Bank of America, which eventually became Bank of America, is because he destroyed the Second Bank of America, which set America into this terrible recession for 10 years because it absolutely floundered the U.S. economy, all because of his spite. And that is only one of the many things. And I know about this, about Andrew Jackson, because at the local outlet store where they just sell random outlet stuff, there was an Andrew Jackson doll that had 22 loaded quotes of his in it. And I bought it for $1 because you could actually change his clothes, and they had period specifically correct underwear. And I was like, $1, you have it. I mean, he's not my favorite president, but I mean, I didn't know that much about him other than he was not a friend to indigenous folk. I knew that much. But and then I looked up every single one of his wild quotes that the doll, you press a button and the doll would say it on rotation. And it includes, I will destroy the Second Bank of America. And I looked up and every single quote was correct. He said some wild things publicly.
Yeah, as much as we talk about the horror cringe that was Cheeto, Andrew Jackson definitely was the originator of a lot of that behavior.
Yeah, he almost burned the White House down during his inauguration.
Literally.
Literally.
They
literally rolled a giant wheel of
almost.
cheese into the middle of the main welcoming room and kegs of beer, and they just opened the door to let anybody in. And surprisingly, things got out of hand.
So my real issue actually with how history is taught, just and I know this has nothing to do with really adulting, except here it goes. My real issue with how history is taught is they teach it in a very boring manner versus when you really want
You
history.
know about the party.
Yeah, you see, you didn't know. When you really want learners to be interested and engage in history, only teach them the salacious stuff and make them look up the rest. So if you just point out, like, if they had just given you a list, Carrie, of the 22 most outrageous things Andrew Jackson has ever said publicly, and you're like, what? I got to look this stuff up. And like said, here, everyone has to write an essay. Here's your list of quotes. You have to write an essay about one of these quotes. And why did he say it? What was going on? And what you think about it. I guarantee you would have a much better time enjoying researching Andrew Jackson's life and presidency than just, oh, he sucked, we're moving on. Like, no, actually, you need to understand why is like the U.S. economy so messed up and what led to one of the worst recessions till the Great Depression by Andrew Jackson. And it was entirely his fault and it was purely out of spite.
But see, Glory, I would disagree with you and say that this has everything to do with adulting. The way we teach history makes these people look competent. It's what inspires and dignified. It's what inspires so much imposter syndrome in people that you don't realize they didn't know what they were doing. They were just dum-dums being dum-dums like we're dum-dums being dum-dums. And when you give them this weird air of dignity and cover up all of the bad things that they did, all of the weird things that they did, and they come off as like, well, in the past, because you hear this so much. Well, in the past, people just muddled through and it was fine. No, it wasn't. Everybody has always been confused. Everybody has always been a train wreck. Yes. And when you cover up the craziness that was these people.
Go on, Kat.
Because we're all
makes me think of finding out that some of the philosophers were like wrestlers. And it was like, you think of these like frail old dudes. Like, no. They were like ripped.
They were like WWE
competition.
Aristotle is not his actual name.
No. Just think of it's John Cena, but as a philosopher, would you believe the nonsense that comes out of his mouth? If he's like, but I'm
Rock
a philosopher too.
Yeah,
like I don't know that we should be
but yeah, it's like Aristotle is his nickname from wrestling.
Yeah,
yes,
because he was
they used their wrestling names.
Yes, because why not? Yeah, because life is wild and humans are wilder. Yes.
And
if I would have known that, I would have been more interested.
For reals.
And if we were more honest about our history, people would find it easier to operate as an adult because, man, people have always been super messed up. Just super messed up. Like,
I will post a podcast, a British, of course, podcast series. People will probably enjoy if you want to learn more interesting, fun history. Because it is hosted by the later Horrible Histories writer.
Yes.
Called
Terry
You're Dead to Me. Where he gets historians to talk about their, actual doctorate.
The salaciousness of history.
To a comedian, and then quiz the comedian at the end of like, so what did you learn after 30 to 40 minutes of this?
Do you like licentious behavior? Well, we got a show for you.
Yes, Senchi's Horrible Histories for adults.
Yeah. And I do like the live action Horrible Histories. I do not recommend the animated Horrible Histories. That is absolute crap. But the live action, which may or may not still be on Hulu, and even if it's not, the vast majority of it is actually available on YouTube from Horrible Histories for free to watch. Highly recommend. Also, it's wonderful to watch if you're just sick at home, which is how I originally ingested all of Horrible Histories. I like literally just let the first 5 seasons of Horrible Histories play one week when I had a terrible flu about 10 years ago.
And
I thought being sick was time for Price is Right.
I didn't have cable. I had Hulu though at the time.
I didn't have cable or Hulu when I was younger, so it didn't work either. Like I just had whatever was on that TV. I was like, I don't know what this is. I guess I'm watching the
I live in the woods. We couldn't get anything through the digital antenna, so Horrible Histories it was. But yeah, I do recommend. I mean, Horrible Histories does very much have a British propaganda slant. So be aware that their portrayal of American history is inspired.
This also, it depends on your teacher, because if a teacher is actually passionate about the subject they're teaching, they will teach you the fun things.
Yeah,
too.
usually word gets out, especially like community college where you can choose your professor, or at least which professor. Hopefully, you can choose. Often you'll hear, "I
Especially
knew
if you have an
what."
sorry, especially if you have an IE,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
then you're more likely to actually get somebody who can teach you.
So, like, definitely, I wish they allowed more picking and choosing in like public school, rather than only being able to pick and choose your own education by the time you get to post high school. But on that note, how about we do a little sprinty sprint?
Okay.
Does everybody have something to drink? Maybe a snacky snack? Or maybe it's time to just stretch your legs, pet a cat. I don't know. Do your life. You do you.
Cuddle
see
a
y'all.
squishmallow.
Be a fan.
Pet your squishmallow. Use your inhaler, your asthma inhaler, whatever you need to do. And we will see y'all back here in a few minutes. Mibbidi-beep. Mibbidi-bibbidi-bibbidi-beep. Mibbidi-beep.
Popcorn munching time.
Mibbidi-bibbidi-bibbidi-beep.
You get to enjoy the funny faces I make as I eat the sour candy.
Mm. I heated up some egg bake. Because I have not eaten solid food today, so yeah, probably a good idea. And Tom and I had much discussions because Kitty kept popping open his door because she does not like closed doors. But little does she realize, I have this amazing thumb instead of a useless dew claw. And I can pull his bedroom door closed till it clicks. Good luck, cat.
So rude.
Spence wrote something for Substacks and laughed at the babies. Very nice. Adorable little potatoes.
I had an emotionally devastating good thing that I was tangentially related to happen during that sprint, and I'm fine.
Good or congratulations or I'm so sorry. Pick your whatever.
Oh, I got a newsletter from one of my personal heroes announcing upcoming events that he's doing, and I'm scrolling through like, oh, I might want to try to go to that. Oh, I might want to try to go to that. And I scroll down one more, and there's one of my pieces of artwork.
Nice.
And I'm like, little tear. Like,
Squeezed out a tiny little tear out of your Gen X little heart.
don't make me believe in things. It's anathema to my very being.
It's totally ruining my belief that the world is unfeeling and uncaring and also has terrible taste.
Like, how can I stay as Daria if you're going to make me feel things?
These are good questions.
Gosh.
I saw that there was a discussion during the break about what young people now believe, and it is that is the real horror. Did you know that Puritans and Indigenous folk were best friends?
I mean, they teach us that, but then I'm like, that's a lie.
I mean, you do tempt me to go put another YouTube one on there, but it's not as much salacious as it is just the horrifying history channel. Where, yeah, he just finished 2 hours plus doing an additional 3 hours of side stories, mini-sodes of Native American history up to present.
Mm.
You will be horrified.
Yep.
I feel like the first 10 years we lived here, half of hangout time was, let me correct all of the historical fallacies that you're trying to have a discussion with me about, because I cannot accept your slavery was no big deal and there's never been anti-Semitism in the United States crap.
Oh, yeah.
I just heard a great one. I didn't even know there was a book now you can get, let alone it's been out for 30 years, on the history of Black people in Britain.
That's cool.
Apparently, the common line in Britain is there were no Black people till 1945 in Britain.
What? Excuse me, what? Like,
But,
have
you know,
we talked about the Middle Ages?
Or the 20,000, African slaves that joined Britain to fight in the revolution, in the American Revolution, and then afterwards mostly went back to Britain.
But I mean, like, this is pretty amazing, even talking about also what young people are taught, that Lincoln ended slavery and the very last racist person shot him and then was killed. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Like, that's
That
actually
does explain why people now insist slavery is, not slavery, racism is totally gone and, like, nobody's racist anymore. It's like, oh dear. Oh, so many gullible children who grew up
That's
to be gullible adults.
Like that's actually how Virginia got involved in the revolution. Was they did kind of a march of like, we think we should be able to control more of our own rights, and the Virginia governor was like, you keep this up and I'll free all the slaves. And then the slaves showed up at his house going, we'll fight for you. And he was like, no, I'm just kidding, go home. And then they were just like, no, we want a revolution. He's like, fine, anyone who fights for me is free. And then war.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is how
like
reaction.
that's the real reason we teach history is not the way it tends to be taught. Is it's so you don't make those mistakes again, and you understand why people did that in the first place.
Well, it's important to remember. It's important to remember where history came from, because history, unlike chronicles have existed forever, where people wrote down, here are the things that happened. But history, as we talk about it, came about as a nation-building project in the 1800s as a way to tell our story and build a sense of nationalistic identity. And this is the problem, is that it has rarely ever cared about accuracy in the telling of its story, which is why when you go back and read really old history books, they're laughable. They are hilariously funny in some of their bizarre inaccuracies that they just assume are true because it's good story.
I liked it better when, if you wanted to make propaganda, you had to make them in poem form. At least work for the propaganda.
Like the Greeks?
Or make a whole play.
Yeah. Or the Celts. The Gallics, whatever. Like, write me a poem. A big, long epic to fill my, what I'm going to listen to after dinner. Okay?
Write me an Edda.
Yes. Give me something. And also, dramatically retell it to me. I want drama. Don't just, it's in a book. If you care, you'll read it. Like, no.
And just to give you one good life tip from something that Tom just said, if you're ever in a room with a bunch of pagans, because this is an institution that I find myself in a lot, and you hear them talking about things that you don't care about and you just want to sow chaos, just say, sow the Eddas. Just drop the word Eddas. Find some way to include the word Eddas in your next sentence, and then just walk away as chaos ensues.
Charlie, you cannot refer to your spouse as a chaos demon when you yourself are chaos demoning left and right.
I never said I wasn't a chaos demon, just that I married one. Why do you think we get along
Chaos
so well?
recognizes chaos.
How do you think we've been together for 26 years? It's all the chaos. You can't get bored when this much chaos is happening
Are we
around.
sure I'm not actually spiritually your child?
I mean, would make sense.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So I thought something else to bring up on this episode that people might have some stuff to share about is what are sort of professionals you can go talk to with questions that don't necessarily charge anything to discuss them, such as you can go to banks to discuss what are loan options, what do they mean, what is feasible, what is all, how do these things even work? Like most time it's not a high pressure tactic or anything. They're just there to, they're always there to explain in case you're ever curious later on of how any kind of loan works.
Okay, random thing.
Yes.
I learned
and
this.
Every bank, even if you don't have an account there, is happy to talk about it.
Yeah. I learned from watching the commentaries on leverage that if you call anyone with a fancy job or something, they will just talk to you about their job or the random knowledge they know.
that was actually kind of my tip. If you need legal advice, but you cannot find a lawyer, find one of the poshest bars in your town that's not like too posh. Like it can't be too expensive to drink there, but like people won't be shamed for going in. Like you have to find just the right level. Go to the bar, sit down, mention a legal issue, abstract it a little bit so that it doesn't sound like it's your legal issue to the bartender, and 3 lawyers will start opining immediately and will start arguing and start brandishing their credentials at each other so you know that they are in fact lawyers.
Yeah.
But when I went to and start naming their law schools, and you will be able to mine a lot of free legal advice from the arguments amongst the lawyers that ensue.
Many, many years ago, like, let's see, 2001, I kept hearing about mutual funds. This is so long ago. And I did not quite understand, like, there was not a whole lot of information online that was available that was reputable. And there I was one day making a deposit at the bank for my video store. And it was a slow day. And 2 of the tellers were also talking about mutual funds because their 401k now had this option and they didn't quite understand it. And I said, I too don't understand. I wish we could get somebody to just explain what it basically is. And they're like, yeah, I don't know either. And then they literally, in true Southern fashion, lean back and yell, "Is Frank here?" And then this little old man comes out, "Yes, I was summoned." And they're like, "Frank, explain to all of us what is a mutual fund." There were like literally 6 people there, 2 tellers, and then me, and like 3 other people in line. Like, yeah, explain what are mutual funds. And Frank's like, "Well, there's this kind of mutual fund, there's this kind of mutual fund. But if anybody's actually interested, you come to my office, I'll be happy to explain." And I said, "Let me just make this deposit. Is that your office?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go sit down and I will wait for you. Anybody else can come too." No one else took him up on it. So I made my deposit for the video store and I went in and I was like, "Hey, so do you have like anything in writing that I could take away? Maybe a printout or something?" And he's like, "Let me get you some things." And we ended up having an hour and a half free discussion about mutual funds, but also other ways to invest in your 401k, such as, at least back then, you could also do bonds, T-bills, all these terms I'd heard, but nobody had given me an explanation that was satisfactory to me. And Frank's like, "I got no appointments till 2 p.m. So, and it was like 10:30. He's like, "We can just talk till lunchtime." And that is exactly what we did. And Frank was like, "You come back anytime as long as nobody's in my office, i.e. I don't have another appointment. I'd be happy to talk to you all day about T-bills or bonds or whatever you want to talk about. This is literally what my many degrees are in." And you'd be surprised. I don't even know why they still keep me on the payroll, honestly. Like, I don't get much work here. And this wasn't even like the main bank branch. It was a satellite branch. It was the one closest to the video store, y'all. Bottom line. But they had Frank there. And I was like, "Frank, why do they have you here?" And he's like, "I'm 6 years away from retirement. So I think they're just stashing me here."
That place was so tiny.
It was like a kiosk of a bank, of a freestanding bank. Yeah, it was a teeny tiny satellite. But like various times over the next 4 years while Frank was there, I would bring in other people and go, "Hey, Frank." I would literally call Frank up ahead. "Hey, Frank, you available?" He's like, "I'm now," or "I'll be available at 2 p.m. What do you want?" And he would make an appointment, again, always free. Like there was a time where my mom was trying to manage my stepfather's, retirement funds, because he had multiple, like one through the post office, one through the Navy. They found the information they were given by these various financial facilities confusing. And I'm like, "You can come with me and we'll just come and talk to Frank. But be sure to bring all your printouts, Mom." And that's exactly what they did. What Mom did, she came with me and it was like, "Mom, give Frank all your paperwork." He's like, "What do we have here?" And he explained it, and again, for free. It was part of his job at the bank was to just advise anybody. I mean, literally, Frank, however, did actually talk my mother into setting up a bank account because he's like, since your husband is a retired military member, you can get a free bank account, and then you'll have access actually to all of these free financial articles as they are updated monthly or yearly. Da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, I want access, Frank. Frank's like, for you too. And all of this. So again, it is a way to access quite a bit of expert information. Same with librarians. You can go to any library worker and say, hi, I have questions of this nature. Is there anybody at the library that you think I could talk to about it? Again, it's usually free. If anything, all you have to pay for are the printouts. Like if you want various pages printed, and then you're paying the cost of the paper.
In the dark days before there was a Glory in my life, there was only a Roberta. And I learned very quickly that if you are really struggling to find information about something, all you have to do is say the phrase, I am confused about subject, in front of a librarian. And within hours to days, more resources than you can count just show up. It is a wonderful life hack.
Honestly, now as far as a lot of financial information, even when I was a librarian, there is now a wonderful series of government websites, of U.S. government websites that explain all sorts of things from scams that are currently going around the country to how to pick a good credit card, how to improve your credit. And they are not just terrible advice. They are actually good advice that are useful and that you still can even contact them further if you have further questions. But they are wonderful starting resources. I would recommend, even if you're not necessarily an American citizen, but you're just looking for essentially financial literacy information, it may be a useful resource.
So also, I've used the library for multiple things. I was trying to find comp titles to put in my query letter, and I didn't know any. So I went to the library branch near me that's really close, walked in. It's so small. Apparently they don't have a librarian. They have a guy who will check out your books for you, but he's not a librarian.
That is a library assistant. The person you most often see in a library is a library assistant.
Yeah, so I had to go to the main reference library, which isn't that far. But yeah, those librarians have helped me do research on the courting rituals of Victorian England and how long an engagement period could be. That took an hour and a half to 2 hours to find that stupid little one paragraph. Is 6 months a long enough engagement? So apparently it is. So, well, a year is fine. And so that helps, but also they have rooms that you can book to have your own personal reference librarian to be there and help you hand and foot for a couple of hours to help you with your writing research, which is really cool.
Often, also these days, you can email the reference department at a library, as long as you understand that it may take hours or even days to get a response back, but then they'll email you with the information that you asked for, or they'll email you and ask you for clarification. But that way you don't have to necessarily travel to the location.
The assistant, I guess, gave me a phone number to call. So I called that and they helped me find comp titles.
Famously, New York Public Library offers that to anyone in the world.
You don't have to be a member of their library. Also, I think Brooklyn Public Library is also expanding out their reference department to be available to people who are not necessarily members of the Brooklyn Public Library system, anywhere in the world. So it's things to keep in mind about the resources and reference materials available to people without ever spending a penny. Of course, as always, let me repeat though that if you are contacting research reference help desks, please be polite and understanding that there may be many other, information requests in line ahead of you. And so there may be a time delay before they can actually get to answer your question or try to attempt to find that location. And they may have difficulty finding the information depending on what you're asking for. Believe me, as a former public librarian, when I worked at the library, sometimes even I came up short. And they used to talk about, literally in this state, even the head department of public libraries in the state of Mississippi there used to be this joke about, if Glory can't find that information, it doesn't exist. I still hated it when I couldn't find the information. Because, yes, I would go through a lot of back channels if there's possible to find information for people. But every once in a while, I came up short too. So just be understanding about this can happen.
And this is especially tied into adulting. Something, don't never be afraid to ask questions. Because I feel like that's something that when we talked about earlier, the phrase grow up, ruined, is you ask too many questions, just grow up. No. There's no such thing as too many questions. Especially if you find somebody who is interested in a very niche or boring field, they will talk to you forever about it.
True.
They will often be extremely excited that they get to have this conversation on whatever niche subject it is that they are endlessly fascinated in, because, well, if you've ever been one of those people with niche topics that you're really, really fascinated by and knowledgeable about, this is not dinner party conversation. Nobody else cares. That's why it's a niche topic. So when you find those people, ask questions. Just, I used to, before there was an internet, books would very often have a contact the author address in the beginning of them. And there were many times where I would read a book and have questions, and I would write out my questions and send them to the writer. Now, a lot of writers today will have a contact form on their website for similar purposes. So if you're not understanding something, there's often a lot of ways that you can just reach out to an honest to God expert on that subject and get responses back. Again, with everything that Gloria was saying, be patient. You don't know how many people are ahead of you in line and all of that. But never be afraid to ask the question. You never know when you're gonna hit that gold mine of somebody who's just like, oh God, I've been waiting for somebody to ask me this weird arcane question that I've dedicated my entire life to research on. Let me tell you everything. Have you seen these documents? I will send you the scans of them if you would like. And you're just like, well, please? It's never wrong to ask a question. It's never wrong to admit that you don't understand something. And honestly, people that are really into niche topics like investing, like you can tell the different kinds of investors to people that think it's a get rich quick scheme. Ignore them. They don't know what they're talking about, and they're not interested in talking about it. But those people who get that look in their eyes, like a new Marvel movie's coming out, when you say like stock market, ask them questions. They know everything and want to have an excuse to talk forever about it. And you'd be surprised how many of those people are just scattered around you. And that's how we ended up with a no-kill shelter in town. Is one person was complaining that we didn't have one. Another person overheard them saying how they didn't understand how the real estate part of it worked. And so they started sharing their knowledge about real estate. Another person then overheard them mentioning that they didn't understand how nonprofits were organized and worked. And somebody else a lawyer was like, "Oh, I love filing this kind of paperwork. Here, let me explain and help." And it just like coalesced together because they found the right group of people. And if they hadn't been just randomly asking people, we would not have a no-kill shelter in town.
But it does take learning. How do you organize that? How do you find those people? How do you reach things? I mean, that's the real reason why they didn't want like they took a lot of those classes out of American schools. Is it's not that there's not a majority who want this stuff, but if you can just keep them separated from knowing each other, you can convince them, no, you're in the minority.
So I did post 2 ways to get access to research articles that you see behind a paywall. Even if you only want to read it for funsies and not like it's not actual research for anything, but you're just like, I'm curious. There is, of course, the hashtag #ICanHasPDF on Twitter. However, with Twitter rolling trash fire, not as many people are active on there anymore. There is also, this is what I ended up using a lot. Okay, so this is like Facebook for researchers. I don't know any other way to explain this. Here's how it goes. All of them have, like, almost all researchers on the planet right now have an account on ResearchGate. And it's mostly like here, it's like IMDb for researchers. So, however, they're the ones who have access to this. So you can like often DM them or publicly comment on their page and say, hey, is there any way I could get access to this? And then as long as you have listed on your account, which you can set up a free account, as long as you've listed like your email or some way to message you, they'll then just honestly send you a PDF. Like as I said, 8 out of 10 of them always said yes when I asked. There's always the 20% who are total jerks. But anyway, I just started suspecting, like, I started seeing a skewing of the people who said no, suspicious. Like they are not that anyway, like their research is suspicious.
Yeah, they don't want people to see too much details of what their research actually shows.
Right? So they don't actually want to like send people free articles, but like everybody who had written something interesting sometimes they're not even like full-fledged research articles as much as sometimes they'll write an essay, it'll be published in a journal. And if a bunch of them actually just have links to the PDFs for free, which they are allowed to do on ResearchGate.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't have it posted, you can just message them and ask, hey, is it possible I could like look at this or something? And they'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great.
Go ahead, Charlie.
If there's an academic book that you need to see one chapter of that is really of interest to you, you can very often contact the person who wrote it, and they are allowed to share their chapter with you.
Mm-hmm.
And very often we'll be like, "Oh, you're interested? And if you have any questions, let me know." Because again, life passion, they want someone to talk about this with.
Like, you go on, Kat. I'll quit.
No, along those lines as well, I've actually had professors tell me, they're like, yeah, if somebody emails me about an article that they can't get access to because they don't have access to like the published, like the academic journal or something is behind a paywall, those teachers, like those professors, those people who did that research, they don't get paid ever again, if they ever got paid to be in that thing that's behind a paywall. So they will just send it to you most of the time.
And a lot of academics have set up preprint depot, which very rarely are things changed once they go into print. But if the journal does not allow them to share post-print, as long as they shared it there pre-print and clearly label it pre-print, even though it's a word for word the same article that's in the journal.
Yep.
So there are a lot of places that you can go and get this information. And again, these people with passion projects are so willing to be like, oh yes, here's everything. Granted, sometimes they're like, do you speak Italian? But
Yeah, that's true. It's like, okay, so my personal, I don't have a academic quote unquote reason for asking for your research article. I have a personal reason is often like food chemistry. And like I want your article that you publish behind a paywall about zucchini bread research. I just want it, okay? And, and so and yeah, it's like I don't have a valid reason. I just want to read the article. Like and I want to see your pictures and I want to read your research. That's all. And like I have successfully used ICANN has PDF for that for my food research or nutrition research stuff. I have also just directly messaged just because I have seen a reference to somebody's interesting historical article / essay about their weird esoteric Middle Ages research about the use of artichokes in Scandinavia. I don't know, whatever. In the Middle Ages, and like found them on ResearchGate and asked them, "Hey, I would really love to read your article if that's okay. Could I have PDF?" And like, and this is true. This one example, the person actually went to Ole Miss. And I also by the way, I grew up in Oxford, Mississippi, and go go Rebels. And they were like, here's access to my other 10 published articles. Have fun and let me know if you want to talk further. And then we just emailed back and forth for like 2 years talking about various weird stuff and also Oxford. Just like, hey, what'd you like to eat? Da, da, da. Just like random stuff. This is somebody I've never met in person. But I just wanted to share that of it doesn't have to be for quote valid research reasons that you're asking to read.
oh yeah, no.
It can just be I just want to read about the Quattro in Italy and the choices they made in brocade. I have no valid reasons. I'm never going to make a costume. I just want to read about brocade, like or whatever. And like it just ask for it because again, often they're number one never going to get paid again for that article. Number two, they do have access to like send you some version of the article for free. And three, and most of them have also emailed me when they'd send the article of, it's just so nice to know somebody's reading this. So they went to all this work. They're just like us writer-wise. We just want to know people are reading it.
And bear in mind the field that the person you're talking to and what their actual expertise is. For example, if you have a question of law, a law enforcement officer or somebody in law enforcement is probably not the best person to ask about that. You really want to find somebody who is a lawyer or doing something more in depth because you have a philosophical question. They may be able to give you procedural answers like, well, this is what we could get a warrant for, or this is what, more procedural type questions, but they're not thinking about the philosophical implications of how this law would be applied. That's not part of their job. And it's not a knock on them as an individual. It's just that's not what they're there to do, to think about the ramifications of, should you be a non-for-profit or not? Should you be a 501c3 or not? Should you be a C Corp or an LLC or what have you? Like, yes, these are technically legal questions, but they're not questions that they've had to think about or learn about. And that goes into a lot of, like, when we have friends that are doctors and nurses, know their specialty, because I have some friends who really show that if you are a hammer, everything is a nail. Like, they are brilliant doctors, but they are very specialized in their field of doctoring. So everything is somehow tangentially related to their field of study, whether it really is or not, because that's all that they've read the research on. They're not a GP. They don't have that access to general knowledge.
A fun example on that is some psych doctors I tried to talk with about metamodernism, and some sociologists, and they had no idea what metamodernism is. It was like, but that's your specialty or your field, isn't it? And
yeah, especially because it's born out of developmental psychology.
Yeah,
but that's something that sociologists and philosophers have run away with, and the actual people that are in developmental psychology are Still trying to figure out if we can ever actually have adults. Which, did we bring that up this episode? Yet. We bring it up.
No.
What is an adult versus a grown-up? You mean like that?
Yeah.
Developmental psychology.
Yeah.
Most aren't adults.
Yeah, most people do not qualify under the category of adult when it comes to how developmental psychology actually puts forward a definition. In most of the more modern schools of developmental psychology, the only thing required to be considered an adult is to be able to initiate a task without prior prompting and see it to completion. Which, yes, that is very much an adult doing an adulting, but that's the baseline minimum. And when they look at the actual research and start looking at people, not a lot of people get to that stage. So if you can think to yourself, oh, I should do a thing, and then do it, you're in the upper percentiles. Like, you're doing really good.
That will never happen. I should do a thing, and then I go do something completely different.
I mean, I
And
did
5
tell
hours
y'all-
later, I'm 10 tests different. I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't I supposed to do something?
I told y'all about my night class professor when I asked about should I take adult psychology or abnormal psychology. She's like, there's no such thing as adult psychology. That's not a thing. And I said, what do you mean? And she explained, less like 1 to 3% of all humans attain adult psychology. No one else gets out of high school. And she's like, hell, more than half of them never get out of elementary school trauma-wise anyway. So everything you're learning in child and adolescent psychology will serve you for the rest of your life. She's like, you'll be lucky to meet even 1% of the people in this state, let alone all parts of the world, who are actually operating with adult psychology. It's not a useful thing that you need, because the rarity of meeting somebody actually operating under adult psychology is so rare.
Versus, the minimum of adulting kids can do.
Yeah, my mom taught me to balance a checkbook when I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
And that's why, as a verb, it functions much better in how we really think of it. It is task-based.
I mean, like, which really shows you, like, the whole what everyone knows. I was so blinded when I was a late teen and in my early 20s. I thought everyone else was operating with the same set of skills and experiences as me, relatively speaking. Not exactly necessarily when exactly. Like, I did not think most people started balancing their family checkbook at 6 years old. I figured it was 8 or 10. And that my mother was just horrible to me. She was trying to prove to me why I could not have another Cabbage Patch. Anyway.
Oh, that sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
It wasn't a Cabbage Patch, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it was a Strawberry Shortcake doll. Every year it was a different doll, and I never got any of them until, like, they finally show up in garage sales. But my point just being, no, it turns out, and I wish I had asked, like, never move in with anyone who cannot physically balance a checkbook.
Oh, dear God, yes.
One thing if they choose not to. It's another thing if they have no skills or experience and they are living on their own, relatively speaking, and they still have not wanted to learn how to do it. Because again, as I want to point out, a 6-year-old can do this. It is not rocket science.
Really basic math.
When we were still in a state where we needed roommates to make rent, we found that one of the best ways to vet whether or not somebody should be a roommate is not if we're friendly, not if we get along, but to go out to a meal and instruct the staff not to pre-split the check.
Oh God, let me tell you how frustrating it is when someone else grabs the check. It's like, here, no, I'll do it. I'll split the check up. And I'm like, your math is like that shit.
You will see how good of a roommate this person will be as to whether or not they can figure out how to split that check up. Because if they can't, they're not going to be good at groceries. They're not going to be good at the rent, splitting up the rent. Like, it is a really good way to vet whether or not somebody is a valid candidate for a roommate.
Right.
Because you don't want to end a relationship like this. Living together, sharing bills is the quickest way to dissolve a friendship or a relationship. And
I do want to point out, like my mother pointed out to me, if you need to know why this is also important, businesses have their, especially like fast food and stuff, have their system set up so that they will actually get a few extra percent ring up in the system that shows up as taxes, but they do not actually have to pay as taxes, because financial math is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see this in like McDonald's receipts of how it's actually rung up versus if you rang it all up as one single amount, what the taxes would be. And so that's the other part to look and see how they split things up. Are they splitting it based on what the total of the check is, or what the individual amounts are, so that theirs shrinks a bit as well?
Because you can learn a lot from that. Because, and I'm not saying that financials are the only reason to decide on having a roommate.
No.
But it's to me, this is one of the main reasons so many marriages fail so quickly, is they get together and start arguing over money. Because this is a topic that they haven't covered in their relationship prior. And all of a sudden you're realizing this significant other of yours has no idea how to balance a checkbook, how to do a budget, how to figure out how to afford groceries. And that puts all relationships under an extreme amount of stress. And some of the early roommates that we had were friends of ours that we will never talk to again, because things were said and done that are unforgivable. Like, just, it ruined everything. And if we had just vetted better at the beginning, we would have realized that's not the person we should have ever had as a roommate.
Mm-hmm.
They were a great friend. They were a wonderful friend, but...
And moving forward, we should have just put down rules. We should have been like, look.
Well, that is why they say that good boundaries make good friends, good fences make good neighbors.
Yeah.
So I found that balancing a checkbook can be daunting to learn, and there has been a whole episode on this before. But once you take that and learn how to do it, you're able to make goals. And once you have goals, you can start reaching towards things that you really want to do that are fun, because you'll be able to have more savings, more peace of mind. Like, I'm not gonna be out of my house if I buy like this coffee or whatever. Like, you're able to see where everything is going. You're able to be able to sleep better. You won't have stomach cramping from stress as much. You won't be sitting on the subway and have a stranger come up to you and give you money because you look like you're about to pass out from just stress from money. It's only happened once. Like, yeah.
Laura.
I want to give you a hug.
It was bad.
It sounds like it must have been very, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
But as I said, I promise you, I know the frustration and anxiety of learning a new skill, especially money related. I know this. I have literally dealt with years of procrastinating because finances is such an emotional issue for us. I'm here to tell you, if a 6-year-old can learn how to check, a 6-year-old who was literally illiterate at the time and barely knew her numbers could balance a checkbook with supervision. Then all of us can learn this skill. I promise, I promise, I promise. I will die on this hill, because I have taught it to 4-year-olds where everyone's like, you can't teach a 4-year-old how to balance a checkbook. And I'm like, watch me conduct human experiments legally. And yes, you can. Yeah, all right, their handwriting sucks. I'm going to tell you right now, 4-year-old handwriting, not great. I had to blow up the check register very large because, they're still learning how to write their numbers. And I gave them stickers for like rent, which had a little picture of a house, and electricity, which had a picture of a plug. And I gave them like little stickers for that because, they can't quite write. But they wrote the numbers themselves, and I would tell them which numbers to write. And then it's adding and subtracting. I taught them how to use a calculator because you don't have to know how to add and subtract on a calculator. And it was a large calculator for those with like dexterity issues. But I was able to teach a 4-year-old how to balance a checkbook, which apparently the parents were not thrilled about when 2 years later, the child had no sympathy for their parents' financial woes. Because the child, at 6 years old, called her parents out for mismanagement of the family finances, and they called me up. I had not babysit their child in over a year, and they called me up like, you created this monster. Now you need to fix it. And I'm like, maybe you should listen to her when she tells you how to balance the checkbook and spend the money. I literally taught her how to make a family budget because that's what my mom told me. So I'm just here to say, like, I realize the emotional trauma that most of us probably do experience about finances. And I absolutely get that. But 4-year-olds can learn this, so you can too. And once you learn it and once you do it, you will feel so much more like steady in your life. That uncertainty will not exist. It's not that all other uncertainty won't still exist. There's still plenty of things in this world that are uncertain all the time. But that is an unnecessary feeling of uncertainty, is what I'm trying to say.
And it gives you hope.
It does, because you have control over your future. You have some modicum of control. It's not necessary. I mean, like, the bottom line is, if you are not making enough to pay all your bills every month, it's not going to magically change that. But at least you will then understand where the money is going and where it is not going and why it is not going where it needs to go. And you can then make informed decisions about your finances.
And remember,
you don't feel like you're just a leaf tossed in the wind and the world is cruel. The world is cruel, but it doesn't have to be unnecessarily feeling that way.
And remember, when you're having these extreme anxieties, always ask yourself who benefits from it. Because the reason we don't...
Sorry, this is funny. None of us can read it out loud, though.
But the reason we don't know how to balance our own checkbooks and handle our own finances is because it keeps us from knowing what our labor is worth. It keeps us from knowing how much we should ask our bosses when we are looking for a job. Because if we don't understand what we're doing and how much money we have going in and out of the system, we don't realize how much our actual labor is worth. There is actually a group out there that does benefit from us being uncertain and not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that this is like quintessential like Gen Xer of me, but if you can like stick it to the man, you stick it to the man. And like,
amen.
I want to know how much I'm worth. I want to know how much I have so that I am not being taken advantage of.
And I mean, the more research I've done, the more it's come up of you want to know why the Western world and why anyone we, not colonize, but just introduce to our Western world suddenly develops weight problems? It's because we're all having signs of low mood and depression and anxiety, and we're getting some of that chemistry through our food. That's why we suddenly are eating more of it. Like you get serotonin for eating sweet things.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing that you take antidepressants for is to get more serotonin. All of these things are like, I love how, and they have to keep looking for, oh no, here's the other reasons. Here's the other reasons why the Western world is especially known for overeating and not other ones. Like, I can't imagine the anxiety-inducing lives the societies we live on has anything to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
it couldn't possibly be.
But
That
like
is
all
why.
this financial literacy, that was originally taught in home economics.
Mm-hmm. Like you
All
couldn't pass home economics if you couldn't successfully budget your household for a month.
oh, and like often the curriculum you had to budget for multiple different kinds of households,
Mhm.
including on a shoestring. And not only would you have to balance for that, you would also then have to make a month worth of meal plans to go with that. Like this was very involved. So again, like they would tell you how to figure out your worth. What amount of money do you and your household need to just make ends meet, let alone also be able to save to put a down payment on a home. And also then all the things you want, which what everybody want. They want vacations. They want to own their own home and their cars. They want autonomy and agency, like normal things. But how much do you need to make to have that? That is what a living wage is. All of that was taught. And then in the 60s, they protested, well, really 50s and 60s. And they went, oh, all of this has to go because we can't have people protesting because they're being paid so little, even being working full time and being on welfare is not covering their expenses.
Yeah, did you know that welfare used to actually cover all of your expenses?
Yep.
All these boomers who talk about I didn't have any assistance, the welfare they got covered everything,
including the toilet paper,
including health care.
Mm-hmm.
And then they talk about, oh, people are in healthcare, they are on, welfare now. They just want us like, you can't live a real life on it now. And people scamming the system. You mean because they're trying to actually survive, but it's designed so that if you leave it, you're in a worse situation? Like, no, it's the people in power are getting stuff out of this. That's why it's designed that way.
Anytime any system is making you feel fearful, you need to ask yourself who benefits from me having this anxiety. Because very often it's part of the plan. It is baked into the system for you to have anxiety so you don't ask what they deem as the wrong questions.
It's why they they spent so much money and power and effort villainizing, call it, quote unquote, quiet quitting. Oh, you mean just doing what you're paid for and not extra?
Yep.
Because they can't pay you for, and they will not hire others? You mean that's not quiet quitting. That's just doing your job according to the expectations you were hired for.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So, on that note,
before we go,
go.
I had to search for it because I wanted to directly quote it on this comment. That there's an app for that, right? Or I can set up reminders and auto pay for that. Okay, so forever ago, my mom sent me this screenshot of a chat from her and my sister.
Mm-hmm.
This is my sister. What apps do you use to keep track of land contract? My mom responded, it's called pen and paper, like the literal pen and paper.
Yes, I understand.
My sister said, like payments and interest, etc. LOL. Okay, thank you. My mom responded, just kept book and calculated each month. No app. My sister, oh, I legit looked it up. This is my sister, by the way, that I had to teach how to turn her laptop on.
Get thyself a ledger or a composition book or something and write it all down.
Like, honestly, there is a certain truth to like what the teachers used to say about, well, why do I have to learn how to do this math? There's a calculator that can do it. And it's like, how can you tell if the calculator is correct or not? This is actually more accurate about apps because I have come across some apps with some serious math glitching.
Mm-hmm.
And I have even messaged the developers. I know, for reals, bless that sweet girl part.
She's the smart one out of my siblings.
Okay.
I feel there are giant scare quotes floating through the air.
There's a reason that they brag about me to each other.
But like I have had so many young people who have come to me both at the library and just me personally because like their parent knew me and was like, "Here, Glory's smart. She could teach you." And the child, what are they struggling with? They're struggling with like they have their first job like in high school and they don't understand their paycheck. They're not sure if their paycheck is accurate or they're suspicious there's something wrong with it. But also they don't understand why they keep putting money into their bank account from their paycheck and then they don't have money at the end of the month.
And then you find out you have all these auto expenses coming out that you don't remember you signed up for.
And me literally going, okay, this is, and making a list. These are all the things you need to come to my house with, or where I'll meet you at McDonald's. You know, because like I like to tutor children at McDonald's. The fries has a relaxing feeling on most people when they smell French fries frying. So it helps people, you know, not feel as much anxiety about working with maths. So, and literally going over with an actual ledger sheet. And I cannot tell you how many, I've lost count, literally dozens of mostly young people and occasionally middle-aged people that have gone with them to like explain and go over their entire bank account and their money and their checkbook register. And they go, "Oh, now that I have it on paper, this actually makes sense. I didn't understand because when it's on the laptop and the spreadsheet, it just I didn't quite see what was going on." It's like, yes, there's actually something about the mind-hand connection of writing things out and then seeing the math by hand that really has a difference for the brain. And by this, I mean, let me literally pull up what I'm trying to talk about of a checkbook register, the ledger, this. Until like they had seen it on an app, but they never actually worked with a physical printed version.
Oh, the power of double entry bookkeeping.
Yes. And you see
The real secret of the Renaissance.
where we have like we can actually see the subtraction and then the difference and then the addition here. And so on. And it finally all clicked because not everybody learns the same way. And often I find if you are struggling as a learner, more than likely you need things the old-fashioned printed out pen and paper kind of way. Because that's why it's not quite working. That's why it seems like magic or some unknowable truth. Because you're the kind of person that learns best with actual pen or pencil and paper. And that's how you need to be doing it.
If we go through a regular employment cycle where we bring in somebody new and then they start claiming that we're stealing money from them on their paycheck, and that's when we realize this is their first legitimate job. They're not getting paid under the table. They've never seen taxes before.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to sit them down and go, "Oh, no, we're not taking the money. Uncle Sam is. Here, let me explain what this deduction is, and this deduction is, and this deduction is." And we have to sit them down because we don't take anything out of their checks except for what we are governmentally mandated to do.
Right, which you're legally. Hey, Carrie.
Hello.
What you're required to. I understand. I've had to go over that. The video store was often the first paycheck for a lot of people, or they just had never understood it before. But again, people get that vibe from me of Glory will sit there calmly and keep explaining it over and over and over until I am happy with it. You know, of like, yes, I will keep like trying various ways to explain it till you finally get it, because everybody on the planet deserves to have an understanding of knowledge, particularly knowledge that directly affects their living. Everybody, there's not a lot of things that I like to say deserve, but that is, you deserve to breathe air, let alone clean air. You deserve to drink clean water that doesn't automatically make you sick. And you definitely deserve to understand the knowledge that directly affects you.
Yep.
So we do need to go to a break. But I really wanted to go over, like, there are links in the chat. You can open them up as a separate tab. Also, at the end of the show, Tom will post them all in the comments. So anybody watching later can also use the links in the comments. And that's the links that we're posting here in the chat. Everyone else is welcome to post their links if they have any they want to recommend. But We're just trying to give people resources because, look, if you're here, if you're watching, if you're listening, if you're watching later, it means you have a thirst for knowledge and you want to do it better, not harder. So we appreciate we're trying to help you out. But we are going to go to a quick little bio break. And we'll see y'all back in approximately 10 minutes, okay? As soon as I remember which button to press.
All of them.
Meebity-beep. Meebity-beep-beep-beep-beep. Moobity-boop. Meebity-beep-beep-beep-beep. I'm in the middle of eating an orange.
That sounds yummy.
Yes, I have my orange zipper.
I like those things.
Me too. Make life so much easier. Tom's like, why do we need 20? Because we both have ADHD.
Also, you have a cat now, and they can detect them wherever you hide them and make them come to them. Like you can put it in a locked drawer, and the cat can just sit there and stare at it long enough, and it will teleport through the drawer into the cat's mouth, and the cat will run off and eat it.
That's fair. Also, we have 3 different kinds. This is only one of the 3 designs for the different kinds of oranges. And that's partly where the 20 came from. Was
Yeah.
more like 7 of each. Yeah, that's a different one. And there's the long one for the really thick skin oranges too. How'd everybody's sprint go?
I
did
tried
have
playing solitaire on my phone on my computer, but it kept freezing up.
That's not good.
Carrie has a coffee and would gladly appreciate
Mhm.
any efforts that you can to get her a new computer. I do believe it's coffee.com/Carrie H. Arthur.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
All donations welcome.
I'll be back. I need to go set up my Instapot to make hard-boiled eggs because I keep forgetting that's what I was going to do.
Go do it right now. I love pressure cooked eggs. They just the peels just come right off like a zipper.
Is it the 5-5-5 method? I also have an egg setting. I'll just hit the egg button.
Tom, how long do you do it? I know 7 minutes is too long.
Just 5, or really 3 to 4. We'll do it in a pressure cooker.
I was reading CB talking about her shopping woes, how hard it is to shop in person. And yeah, around here, they don't even hire people to pack
Nope.
as packers anymore to save money.
Mm-hmm.
Either the customers do it or the cashiers have to pull double duty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a pain.
Which is sad because I got my start in capitalism as a
Bagger.
I was also a corporate computer packager, but that was a whole other thing.
Now that I've logged my hours and fed the puppy, he's like, "We gotta go outside right now." So,
There is street bread, mother.
mm-hmm.
Street bread is not going to eat itself.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there is that internal pressure system that if you drink and eat a bunch, you must relieve the pressure somewhere else in the system.
Lies. Utter rubbish.
I'm a robot.
Oh.
Not to know that I'm a robot.
So before we get back into whatever next topic is, I gotta tell you guys a story about this morning and the heart attack I nearly had.
Uh-oh.
So I usually Anna usually eats her breakfast in her room on school mornings. I just make up a little thing of the mini pancakes, and she'll sit on my lap on the recliner and she'll eat them and she'll sip her milk, and then we'll get dressed and do our little morning routine.
Right.
So sometimes I bring my coffee in, but that's a lot to juggle with the plate and her milk cup and my coffee, and then I have to balance things to open the door. So on my way to the kitchen, I opened her door just a little bit, got everything, and went back down the hall to her room, and I was just gonna like push the door open with my foot, and all of a sudden the door starts to open, and I'm like, ah! And then she steps out of the darkness.
She's
Hey,
learning.
mommy. Okay, mommy. Yeah, give me a minute.
Oh no. Oh, dear.
The darkness is strong with this one. Yes.
And the camera caught it on. So Joe got to see and hear my shrieks.
And then immediately saved the video for blackmail later.
I mean, I downloaded it on my phone.
Well, that's different. That's for content.
But yeah, from the perspective of the camera in her room, you hear the door open, and the door is like it's just dark enough you can't see it open. But she gets out of bed, and she walks over and she pushes the door, and then you hear me shriek. And the whole time I'm getting her clothes out, I'm just like, heartbeat, slow down, please. I'm home by myself with a 3-year-old.
Oh dear.
I don't need to be having a heart attack. So, yeah.
Let me tell you all about that time today when I thought I was about to die. Hello. Hello, Everett.
Well, I was thinking about what to talk about for the rest of the show. Really, I was about life skills and stuff. I was reminded of another really good YouTube channel that started a few years ago called Dad, How Do I? And it was started by a guy who was in foster care, I think. Who he did never have a dad growing up, and so he's like, he knows how hard it is to learn any of these basic skills, and so he just makes all these little videos of things his son, his kids, or other people may ever want to know, and just like it's not always easy to go ask someone, how do you do something so incredibly simple? How do you turn off the water to the house?
Yeah, but I mean, what you call simple, I would not necessarily call simple. Because if I need a special bung wrench.
No, this is also like, how do you tie a tie? How do you pick out shoes?
It was not easy learning how to tie a tie.
And it's a lot easier now that we have Power Video.
It's all about where the squirrels go. It gets confusing. He has squirrely squirrel. It's very difficult to learn.
I'm just saying,
like, squirrels have ADHD too, right?
Your Goth Dad on Instagram has the best how to tie a tie video ever, and it's all about bats and how the bat gets in to get the mouse.
My friend, my coworker, his OF is wholesome dad content, and he's basically gonna like teach how to shave different types of shaves. Like they're gonna just do a basic one, and then they're gonna do they're just gonna do a bunch of different those, and then like our other coworker was like, I just got a house. If you need my yard to teach them how to mow the lawn, and they're like, I hate you, but I'm gonna take you up on that. They're gonna do like how to make
mow the lawn when it's wet.
Yeah, that's something I had to learn the hard way.
You don't.
There's a reason though. It's not just you don't. Like, not all of us.
There's multiple reasons.
Getting wet in the rain, that's not like a deterrent.
Hi, Joe.
Thank you for being clothed, Joe. We appreciate your service, your clothed service.
Oh, as CB points out, also another valuable lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Or your car may lose a window.
Or you just make it covered in poop.
Yeah.
Tom would not know. He does not mow lawns hardly ever.
Anymore.
So here we are, halfway through the third hour.
I think something, since as we put it, adulting is a verb, and so it's a task. And we haven't mentioned or brought up the secret to doing any task well is you have to enjoy it. You have to find a way that you want to know this.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to learn to do anything, let alone do it well, if you are afraid or down on yourself for not already knowing or somehow in a negative headspace. You have to remember, this is why we do games.
Shame and guilt have no place in learning a new skill.
None.
Because they shut down the part of your brain that you need to be open to learn a new skill. That is why shame and guilt are inappropriate when trying to learn a new skill. It should simply be support and encouragement and coaching. And that's it. That's the only way the brain will actually store new skills, new muscle memories, is through support and encouragement and positive coaching. One of the ideas originally for this episode was specifically about a concern I had that back when I was a public librarian and I would teach teen sushi making classes. And so many teens had no idea how to hold a knife. Like, I don't mean they needed more practice. I mean, literally, imagine the worst way to pick up a knife, and I have seen people do it down here. Like, literally, from the sharp tip to lift it up to then hold it. Like, what do you think the handle is for? And why were they like this? Because I was like, boy, are the hormones hitting harder than they used to? What is going on? Because they had never been allowed to touch a knife in their entire life. And I'm like, well, I see that we've made our own prison. Because often the reason why children are not allowed to touch knives is because they're worried that children will hurt themselves. And then this teen literally proved that that is entirely what's about to happen, because they were never taught knife skills, i.e. how to be safe and competent when handling sharp objects. I mean, I literally said to the child, because they did take me aback when they're like, this is the first time I ever held a knife, was like, and do you run with scissors as well? To which there was a murmur among the youths. And they're like, you're not supposed to run with scissors? And I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to go in the kitchen. And I will be back. Nobody touched anything sharp. And thankfully, there were several other parent chaperones there with me to like make sure nobody touches anything sharp. I was like, just be there for a minute. And I just had to have a moment to just let my face feel its feelings and then fix it before I could go in and, okay, first off, please don't run with scissors.
So, Bestie had a problem with when her oldest was in Girl Scouts. Her co-leader was kind of a helicopter mom. And one of the things they had to do for one of their badges was cook a meal while they were at camp. And they were in a cabin, so they had like a full kitchen.
Yeah.
And so the co-leader was like, okay, I have this really good recipe and I'll do this, this, and this. And she's like, no, the girls have to do it. And they're like 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds. There were some younger, but so she's like, we'll divide them up. Like the older kids can like cut the chicken and, wash, and the little ones can wash the vegetables and that kind of thing. But they all have to take part in it somehow. And the co-leader was just like, what?
Yeah. Because it's the girls here to learn skills, not the adults.
Yeah.
I did.
Adults do it for you because
I did end up teaching the teenagers. I was like, "How do you think I transported the knives here today? These are not library knives because the library does not need knives. These are all culinary knives for my house. How do you think I transported them?" And they're like, "Very safely in the car." Like, yes. How do you think they have? And they're like, "You put them in the trunk and then watch them when you got here." This is what they thought. Like, I'm like, so I just had knives just rolling all around the trunk, you say? And they're like, "Yep, that is what the consensus decided. That must have been what happened." Like, nope. Okay, let me show you. It says I don't have sheaths for my culinary knives because I don't have those nice knives. Because if you knew the BS political stuff about a lot of expensive knives. Anyway, that's a whole nother matter. But really, like most of my knives they cost $20 or less each. But they're very sharp. And they're very nice. They're very workable. I have a variety of knives because Tom also cooks, and his hand is very different from mine. So I knew that if I brought a nice wide variety of knives, there would be something for every teenager, as far as like to fit their hand and everything. Because, we have a wide variety of ages and also, let us say, body builds, hand sizes, so on.
Yes, we
So
need Megan-sized ones.
Yes, Megan's 10 little hands.
We need Tom-sized gorilla ones.
Tom's big old meat hook hands. Yes. We have for a wide variety, also because various children would come to my house with their parents, and if I see a child sitting doing nothing, I have to give them something to do. No children are not bored in my house. Now, granted, I don't usually have them clean baseboards, but sometimes. Anyway, so it's more. What is the point of being young if not to be put to useful work? I'm just saying. And also, it is an actual known fact that children are less picky about food they themselves were part of preparing.
Yep.
They're far more inclined to eat new foods, unknown foods, or even just different unknown combinations of food that they've never experienced a particular combination before, if they themselves were part of the food preparation. So it's partly how I avoid having children making a scene at dinner is come in the kitchen. You must work if you are here to eat. And that usually takes care of any food fussing of why are you picking at your food? You helped us make it. You don't like what you made? And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I made it here." And then they'll eat it. So ha ha ha, psychology. I'm telling you, this degree eventually paid off. But so I brought a wide variety of knives, and they're like, "The way I brought it is this," and I showed them. I actually had, and we still use it. It's a food storage container that's like a 9x13. It's meant for casseroles and things. And I put most of the knives in, but I did have a couple knives that did not quite fit in there. And those I wrapped in tea towels and then carefully bagged them up in a special tote bag that I then tied with strings so that it couldn't move around much. Because movement means a blade can cut.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed them how I had prepared them to transport. And they're like, "Wow, you could transport it a tea towel?" I'm like, "You literally, yes. You can also transport a variety of other kitchen utensils that way." I truly am a firm believer in buy tea towels. You see a tea towel for $1, a nice terry cloth tea towel at a store, you go and buy it because you can never have too many tea towels. You would not believe how versatile tea towels are.
Preach.
So I have it a tremendous amount because mostly down here, tea towels are only widely available cheap for Christmas. So people think I'm really into Christmas. And they go to my house because I have so many Christmas tea towels that I use all year.
You're not wrong.
It's more of, no, I'm frugal. And so I buy the cheapest, nicest ones. And those tend to be at Christmas time. So I showed them how I transported them. And then I showed them how they can walk from the knife table to their food prep area safely where no one, including themselves, is in danger. It is a skill I was taught at the tender age of 3 by my Uncle Rudy. And I am sorry to say that only one of the 17 teenagers that were there that day had also had the equivalent of a Uncle Rudy there to teach them how to walk with sharp objects. I have had to reteach it to my mother before she died, but that's a whole nother boomers, y'all. So be aware, if you ever are listening or watching this episode or listening to this podcast, I want you to remember, think of the boomers in your life and then watch them for how they walk with sharp objects. Do they need re-education? I'm just saying. Maybe. For everyone's safety, do you really want to be stabbed accidentally by a boomer? No, I don't. Nor do I want to hear a boomer complain about them stabbing themselves in the foot. One stitch. Just the one stitch. So again, but I want to say this about knife skills. More than likely, it is worth it to you, even if you think your knife skills are great, and they are probably very, very good, to occasionally watch YouTube video on somebody demonstrating knife skills. And here's why. Every once in a while, you'll see a new tip, trick, something that's useful, or at the very least, someone will have like a tip of where to find good knives or a new inexpensive knife company, something. I will admit to y'all that we get most of the knives we actually really like from the Asian grocery stores. Oh my God, do I love a kiwi knife. And also from Sam's Club. Usually around Christmas time, they'll have a sale on ceramic knives. And I have gotten some really lovely sets for like $20 to $30. Like some really nice stuff that have been very useful and also identifiable when people try to walk away with my knives at various community events. You got to watch those squirrely ladies. I'm just saying. But
the
when
bigger the hat, the more likely they are to steal. Right?
But when you have obnoxiously bright colored ceramic knives, it's hard to say you came in with that one, especially when it has my initials on it in Sharpie. So I do just want to mention that and again, I've had people say, well, I'm not very good with it because I've had a hand injury or something like that. And I'm here to tell you that I have seen people with very serious cerebral palsy with, like, you can't call that a tremor. That's just a straight up shake leg kind of arm. Just this. Actually be able to chop onions very well. It's practice. It's know-how. You may need an occupational therapist, but where there's a will, there is a way when it comes to human beings. And I'm here to tell you that everyone can take care of those kind of basic needs because so many people have this need. A bunch of different people have figured out all sorts of tips and tricks and even some cool devices to make it easier if you, in fact, do have a very shaky arm and you need to chop onions. So, i.e., your eyes will eventually start watering, how to do it. There is some cool devices out there that are very affordable. And when I say very affordable, I mean under 20, but definitely under $10 even, and under $5 for a couple things that are very useful to have. So there is something for everyone. I have been personally diagnosed as having the hand-eye coordination of a 3-year-old. And I do relatively well. I'm not going to say that I'm great at cutting things because, yeah, my hand-eye coordination could be better. Like I'm not a fully able-bodied person in that way. But I think I do a pretty damn good job. Like I get the job done and I have yet to even injure a fingertip or a knuckle in that way. I have smushed more than a couple fingertips in drawers, but that has nothing to do with the knives. So I'm just saying, like, these skills are within your reach no matter. I've seen people who did not have hands have excellent knife skills. Like, even I was like, well, I've been shown I need to work harder at this. Like, that is my own personal experiences. And I mean, like, in person, I'm watching. Like, this is not video editing. This is me going, I got to go home and practice. Like, this person literally has no hands. And they are better at chopping onions than me. I got to work on this. So, that is, an inspiration of there's you can always improve, and perfect practice makes perfect. So do not let ableist people talk you out of taking care of yourself and being able to do the things you want to do, including showing that you're absolutely as independent as you want to be.
And just continuing on that, like, shame is not helpful thing. When it comes to food, I feel like this is where things get really, really bad, especially in our modern world. If you need to, like to, or want to cook in a microwave, cook in a microwave. If you need to, want to, or like to cook in a pressure cooker or one pot or a steamer, whatever it takes, don't feel pressured by whatever the current food fad is.
Oh my God, the whole shame about cooking in a microwave. Oh, your food is dirty or unclean. What is it dirty with? Are you talking about a dirty microwave? No, they're talking about radiation, y'all. Like, what?
That's my grandma. She won't use a microwave.
But I'm getting this from young people. And I'm like, I understand if you grew up
that in science class.
If you grew up thinking all radiation is bad because, this was before microwaves were available, I get that. I get that it may be a harder knowledge to change in your brain. But if you have grown up in the microwave age and you're like, oh, but it's been dirtied with radiation. Oh, God. Like, that is not how actual kitchen microwaves work.
Is it making your food glow in the dark?
Oh, if it is, you got a whole bigger, different kind of problem.
Yeah.
But some scientists would like to know, and some business people would like to commercialize that.
Yes, very much. And yes, you can boil water effectively in the microwave. I understand that not everybody uses the microwave long enough with a container of water to get it hot enough to boil. But we have used for 6, 7, 8 years now, a whistling microwave kettle. It is microwave safe. We have used it pretty much daily for 6 to 8 years, and it is wonderful. And it costs less than $20 on Amazon. And you can literally see the water boil. It whistles in the microwave, so we know we need to come get it.
But yes.
With our ADHD, it has to whistle. We will forget it.
Versus, yes, I understand the British and the whole microwaving tea thing. And there is a point to that. And that's no, you use the microwave to boil the water and then you steep it separately.
Also, just for everybody who's fighting this on the tea thing, American plugs are different, y'all. Like, the plugs that we have here, our teapots don't heat as fast as y'all's. Mm-hmm. Like, they can't get enough energy. Yeah. They can't get enough energy to do it. So that is a deal breaker for some people for using an electric kettle and why they choose the microwave or something else. But it's really frustrating to me, this idea that microwaves get rid of all of the nutrition in your food, because I keep hearing stuff like that. And it's not true. One, you should try to eat the food that you enjoy. Everything should not come out of a overly processed can as much as you can, because a lot of that is filler. And read your ingredients on anything that you're using and make sure that it actually has in it what you think is in it, because there's a lot of artful chemistry that goes on in canned foods. Mm-hmm. But whatever your skill level will allow, that's okay. You don't have to know the difference between a sweat and a saute to be able to make really delicious, wonderful food. You may not feel comfortable using a stovetop range. That's fine. You don't have to. There are other ways that you can produce really, really good, flavorful food and that is healthy and wholesome and good for you, that does not require a degree in culinary skills. Mm-hmm. And I know we are still very much in the fad of everybody needs to be a foodie and trying all of these crazy techniques. And you know what? Some of that can be fun. And some of that can produce really amazing results. And what they don't tell you is 18 hours later,
Yes.
you get those amazing results.
Yeah.
I think
Like-
some people think that adulting means being able to cook gourmet, and that's not necessarily the case.
No,
I think
adulting is being able to make sure you don't die.
Yeah, adulting means being able to feed yourself approximately the way you want in the manner you wish.
Mhm.
You know, like
Right. There is nothing wrong with, like, not every day, but there is nothing wrong with, like, what I had for dinner: an encore meal and some mashed potatoes.
amen.
Like,
When
But
we
I
first,
mean, like, there's a million ways to make macaroni and cheese.
Mhm.
And there's probably at least a dozen ways to make the macaroni and cheese the way you want to eat it. But my God, there's a lot of different ways to make macaroni and cheese. I
Mhm.
mean, good Lord, there's a lot of different ways. And there's no perfect way, but there are ways that are closer to the way you want to eat it. You know?
No.
my sister and I have been on a mission for over a year now to recreate my dad's mac and cheese. It's still trial and error, but he
Mhm.
made the best mac and cheese.
But like, you can make it where, yeah, people didn't know. Tom and I prefer to microwave pasta rather than boil it on the stovetop. It's a lot less messy and it's very ADHD friendly since, you know, the microwave, it's a set amount of time and so it's not going to burn or overcook. We like that. It's very ADHD friendly for us. But we know that some people, like, they just don't think about, oh, don't put metal in the microwave, or at least don't put a metal bowl in the microwave. They don't, it's just not maybe conducive to the way they live their life, or they just simply don't have the right utensils for
Yeah.
it.
and also when it comes to cooking, don't be put off by fancy French words. Sous vide,
Oh, yeah.
Julianning.
like sous vide
French-
is one of the easiest techniques you will ever learn.
I'm
It
going to tell
sounds
you.
fancy because they say it in French, but
I'm going to tell you now. French cooking is merely the art of turning crap into something you want to eat.
Mhm.
It is how to turn a pig's ear into a purse. Like, that is literally, you take all these very simple, humble ingredients and you make something that people will actually willingly put in their mouth. That is the entire point of quote unquote French cooking, which, by the way, the French have stolen most of their recipes from various other countries near them and a few countries far away. That is also part of the art of French cooking, is just steal all techniques and call it with a French word so people don't know where it originated. I mean, I used to think Italians were kind of full of it, always saying like, well, we invented that pastry and we invented this pastry. And then I found out, no, they did. The French are just jerks. Okay. Like, they don't even keep the Italian word for it. They're like, oh no, it needs a French word. Like, that's how much of, wow, talk about colonizing. But nevertheless, it's still delicious. There's no doubt in my mind it's still good.
Because a lot of techniques sound a lot more intimidating than they should because they're given this wonderful veneer of French language that makes everything sound so much more complex than if you just said it in plain English.
Well, it's because the French don't have enough vocabulary words.
Yeah.
That's why every dish is a sentence for the name to describe it. Yes, cooking colonization is true. I mean, but it's hilarious to think the French colonizing Italy. Like, what? But okay. Yes, I understand, Maggie. Our father used to burn water a lot.
But it's finding what are the right devices for you so that you can feed yourself. Like, really, being an adult is about knowing what it is you want and then figuring out how to get there. It's not that you already know how to get there, it's just knowing how to figure it out. Like, you know, this is an odd one, but something I just thought of was, so, you know, I've been on a purposeful weight loss regimen and I thought I was getting enough protein in my diet, but I've noticed, like, no, my muscles are shrinking. So it's like, okay, what else do I need to change my diet to make sure I'm getting enough protein? Let me go look up the, you know, government and other research on how do I figure out how much protein I need so that I don't, you know, just entirely shrink. I just want to lose the fat. I don't want to lose my muscles. I like those. And the adult part is just
Claims
going,
he doesn't want to be Butch, but listen to Butchie Butch.
yeah. And so, being an adult is the part of going, okay, I see the problem. Let me go find how to figure out what the solution is and then make changes. So yeah, like I looked up and I can supplement with whey protein pretty easily, and then figuring out what the costs were, and then noticing on Amazon, oh, if it's really low cost, it's because go look at the ingredients. They have put so much other stuff in there that it's not what I want, and it's not helping me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the part of actually being an adult, is going, let me go check this stuff and make sure that I'm getting what I want.
I got to tell y'all something. This is a real trick that I've been using since I was a teenager, and my father put me in charge of grocery shopping for our family. So he would give me the family budget, and I had to buy a month's worth of groceries. I was also cooking most of the meals too. But when I was, and I mean like young teenager, like 14 years old, I wasn't as familiar with all the products available at the grocery store. My father's like, then I need to drop you off or take you there when you have time to peruse without like there being so many people jostling for space in the aisle.
Yeah.
And so we would go at off times, and I would just meander, slowly examining anything that had an interesting label, anything looking interesting. I read the back of the label. I mean, I was really taking my dang time. And I have found out so many secrets of things commonly available at grocery stores, including like one that Tom wasn't that familiar with. And I asked for today, and I asked for it a couple days ago, and he's like, what do you want Wondra flour for? So Wondra flour, for instance, is a very super fine flour that you can use for thickening soups and stews and things, where it's easy and it's less likely to create lumps in your food. Because I, for one, am one of those kind of people that's not into lumpy sauces and soups. I know that some people are into it, and that's cool. I'm not judging. But for me, it kind of ruins my mouthfeel. And you don't like, it's such a super fine that it'll actually like immediately kind of be absorbed into it. You don't really have to do much. And there's nothing, it's not using weird chemicals to do it. And it's very cheap. Like, what was it? How much was it? Do you remember? Was it like
$2.50 for a pound?
Yeah, I think it's like $2.
It's a little expensive for flour, but it is specially processed.
Yeah, it's super fine. And yeah, it's like $2 for a pound of this. And so if you have ever had lumpy gravies, have you thought about Wondra? A lot of people don't even realize Wondra exists. I would not know, except as a teenager, taking my time, tiptoeing through the tulips at the grocery store.
By the way, I do actually know what Wondra is and how they process it. I just wasn't sure what recipes you had in mind for. I was like, go on. Usually you have something specific when you're like, I need this.
I meant to ask for it a couple months ago, and I kept forgetting.
Just general kitchen.
The all-purpose flour was getting on my dang nerves. So it kept not wanting to blend in. Anyway, that's a whole nother matter.
I mean, like here's another cooking tip you will never hear anywhere else, and some may call it sacrilege, but I've tested it lots. It works fine. So to make roux, you're supposed to essentially brown flour. That's what you're doing. Is you're cooking the flour. Well, if you cook it in an oil, it'll be much darker, and so it's hard to tell if the roux has actually burnt or if it's just a deep dark brown. This is not a problem if you cook it dry. If you just cook it on a stove top in a pan dry without anything, just the flour, you can get it very dark, tell how brown it is without burning it or even risking burning. And when you add the oil, it's going to get super dark.
You can bake it in a cookie sheet dry.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Laura?
So I think another thing about adulting in food is being able to realize how many spoons you have energy-wise to be able to do the cooking and preparing and cleaning up after. And so keeping that in mind when you decide what you're going to cook, what type of thing you're going to get. Are you going to get stuff that's pre-sliced? Because that takes work.
I mean, yeah, like
That's why I relied on crockpot meals so much when I was pregnant. I just dump a bunch of stuff in the crockpot, let it go for 8 hours, and
Yep.
I could sleep all day.
I had very low energy, and so I also am a little tight on money for the next 5 days. And so until the paycheck. And so I was like, I have some cans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of chickpeas. I can afford a couple cans of chickpeas. And I had black beans, but I needed chickpeas. So I went to the store and I bought some chickpeas, and I did the super basic chili.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a huge crock pot of it.
Nice.
And so I have enough for that dinner. I have stuff in the fridge for tomorrow, and I have 2 helpings individually frozen in the freezer, so that when I have low energy again, I can just pull it out of my freezer and pop it in the microwave, because it's a super nice Tupperware that can go from the freezer to the microwave.
Nice.
Yes.
So, like, planning ahead a little bit and doing low energy when you don't have the energy, and being okay with going through paper plates is definitely helping with adulting, because I would rather take out trash than do dishes.
Yeah, I think spoon management is a very important thing, and it's not just for those who are, like, say, have a chronic illness, although many, many, many people do, or even a temporary chronic illness called pregnancy. I called it whatever.
It is.
But, like, of managing your energy expectations for yourself. And I know that actually can take a little while, because this has to do with the human brain developing enough so you can start making predictions about your energy, watching your energy throughout the day and judging it accurately. So people in their early 20s, for the most part, oh, Joe, we're live. Anyway, sorry. But, like, it's harder for young people to accurately gauge their future energy within, say, a 12-hour period. So if you as an individual are struggling with being accurate about how many spoons you'll have by the end of the night, I know you'll be frustrated, but please don't shame yourself about it. It may be that your brain just needs a little more time to grow, especially if you're neurodivergent. It may take you a lot longer than your 20s. It may take you into your 40s, or in my father's case, into your early 50s, for your brain to get all the things it needs wired enough to be able to gauge how much energy you'll have by 5 p.m. So I just want y'all to be aware that spoon management actually can feel like a rather complicated prediction. And if you're inaccurate, do not beat yourself up about it. You're doing great. You're doing fine. You're normal. You're normal for neurodivergent people anyway.
Yeah.
So you're fine.
But I mean, like, that is, and that's part of the difference between, really trying to adult versus developing is, where you start to go, I know how much energy I got, and this is going to be more than I can budget.
He got those pants for Christmas.
And, like, as CB was saying, like, paper plates is fine.
Yes. Bulk cooking, paper plates and bulk cooking. Amen. And having good quality freezer to microwave containers. We talked about it. I think it was last week or the week before. We talked about ReadyTainer is what Tom and I have been using for nearly a decade.
We have an entire cupboard of them now.
You're welcome.
Brian Ball.
But don't they store so well?
Yes.
They're like almost like
Another-
the lids are interchangeable with each other.
Another hack for, like, eating out: if you're getting fast food and they forget to give you utensils, keep a pack of plastic utensils in your glove box. That's what I'm doing now.
Exactly.
Because the one time I went to KFC before work and they didn't give me a fork.
Part of bulk cooking is also, have you considered a tiny deep freeze?
So I know for me, like, lunches are always a nightmare for me, because if I can get the energy to get doing something, I do not want to stop. And I know that if I don't eat, I'm going to crash because I didn't eat, but I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing because God knows when I'm going to have energy again. I just want to keep going on. So with our schedule, we've set it up that either Tuesday we will make a lunch or a dinner large enough that I can have leftovers for my lunches, or I really like various just rice bowls. So we will pre-make sauces to have in the fridge, and I will just steam rice, and at a certain point in the cooking, I'll just throw some frozen vegetables into the steamer basket. They'll be steamed on top. The rice will be done. I pour it in the sauce, mix, and I had food that actually has nutrients in it. And it doesn't distract from what I'm doing. It's quick, it's easy. It's having that plan, having that set up ahead of time, because there are days when making a sandwich feels like the biggest task in the world, because no, that means I have to stop. I need to do this, that, and the other thing. Like they're just little things to make a sandwich, but I'm actually getting work done. I don't want to lose my momentum. And
or like packing yourself a lunch in the morning when you're making breakfast, and like there it is on your desk.
I am so bad at eating meals other than dinner. I will make sure Anna has breakfast and lunch, and Joe makes his own lunch. And then it's a wonder, and then I wonder why I have a stomachache at the end of the day because I have a huge dinner.
Yep.
But having that plan, having that preparation done ahead of time is that is a lot of what adulting is. It's seeing that problem and figuring out a solution that will work for you. Not a solution that's magically, well, it works for everyone else. Who cares if it works for everyone else? That's probably exaggeration to begin with.
Yep. I think like what I have done in the past is literally made 3 sandwiches, packaged them up in the refrigerator. And then anytime walking by, there's this thing I do, like especially when I'm heavy into writing, like multiple hours of writing, where it's like, well, I better go pee. So I get up and I go pee. And then I do this like circuit around the house, puttering, going, what am I doing? And at a certain point, because ADHD is real, I will open the refrigerator to gaze at it. Maybe it's just me, but I just look in there, just what is in there? I don't know. It's not like I even feel hungry, but I look in there and I gaze in like somehow I'm going to find enlightenment.
Why are you calling me out?
You have ADHD?
Yeah. And
welcome to the way we all feel about the fridge. This is a known feature. This is actually on the intake form for diagnosis for ADHD.
It was on my intake form.
Refrigerators are the most confusing thing in the world.
What'd you say, Charlie?
I said refrigerators are the most confusing thing in the world. I hate them. You open them up and it's like
know.
5 million choices. Make one, and I know it's not that many.
Okay, but there's 2 spots in every refrigerator I will always look, because it comforts me. Number 1, I will first look at where the milk should be and make sure the milk is there. Am I going to drink some milk? No. I just always look there. And then there's the second place I will always look, which is smack in the middle of the refrigerated section. So it's like the middle shelf in the middle of the middle shelf. Why? Why am I looking there? Is there something? It doesn't matter if it's even my fridge. It could be someone else's fridge. I'm still going to look in this spot. So that is where I put my 3 pre-made sandwiches, so that when I'm puttering, I'll open the refrigerator, check that the milk is there, because of course. And then I will look and I will see the sandwiches and I'll go, oh, sandwiches. Is this the time where I should eat one? And if my stomach's like, yeah, bitch, I've been waiting, I will then grab one of them and I will putter back to my desk where I'm writing so I can eat while I'm doing that. And Tom knows, like, because sometimes I'll ask for like several, you know how you can order takeout sandwiches, like Firehouse Subs or something? And I'll ask for a couple of those, but like I want them all individually wrapped, which is how he knows. No, Glory's stockpiling like a squirrel. She's going to be a writing squirrel. And that's what it's for. But that is how I do it, because if I put those sandwiches anywhere but the middle of the middle, I will not see them. I will not look in the door. I will not look in the vegetable bins. It has to be in the middle of the middle or right next to the milk where I will see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh yeah, I should probably eat my head. Is that what the pounding in my head is? Oh, hold up. And then putter back to my desk where I will eat. And maybe grab a little bag of chips on my way. But, that's a whole different thing.
Spence, I love Uncrustables.
I can't remember where she got the phrase from, but on how to ADHD, she talks about learning where your wall of awful is so you don't smack right into it. Like, because I'm very good at running straight into my wall of awful. And just all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, nothing else is happening today. It's done. We're done. And that is the secret to adulting in so many ways, is learning where that wall is, how you can put either really big neon signs that say, hey, pretty shiny thing over here, to distract you, to not run into the wall of awful, or putting little food traps here, there, and yonder that stop you just before you reach the wall of awful, so that you stop and you have your snack, or you stop and you have your lunch. But learning where that is for you is such a handy thing, because I know for me, like, once I hit that wall, that's it. I am done for the day. Well, however many spoons I had in my hand, when I hit that wall, they fly into the air and they are gone. Evil, evil birds will come and take them out of the air and fly away with them. I would have them no more. And so, like what Glory was saying, I do the same thing in the refrigerator. You look at the milk. You look right in the middle of the fridge. Doesn't matter if the whole rest of the refrigerator is filled
with ready-made food. It doesn't matter.
I cannot see it.
Yes.
It might as well have an anonymizing filter over it, so it's just blurry. Like, I cannot see any of that. It does not exist.
That's why we put leftovers in the middle of the fridge so they don't get pushed back, and then you open the fridge and go, oh, what's that smell?
But I mean, it's why, like, we actually put those little shoebox sized totes in the fridge. We could fit 3 across in a shelf, and that middle drawer that we made out of the little, clear plastic totes from Home Depot. That is what is in there. The middle is leftovers and ready-made food that you can just literally grab and putter away. Is because that's where it turns out like Tom also looks, and where I think a lot of people look. I don't know that everybody does it, but yes, I don't know what it is about checking to make sure the milk is there. Like, what's going to happen if the milk's not there, Glory?
It means you left it on the counter and it got warm and it's ruined.
I bet that's what it is. I bet that I think Laura has cracked the code.
That has happened to me.
That has happened to me too. Although, fun fact, whole milk will stay good on the countertop for 24 hours.
That happened to me with coffee creamer once, and I almost cried.
However, skim milk is only good for 6 hours on the countertop. So let that be a lesson. I learned that from somebody who grew up on a dairy farm. And I was like, well, you're talking about fresh milk. I'm talking about milk from the grocery store. And they're like, oh no, we also... Our father was an idiot, and he signed a contract where we weren't even allowed to take any milk from our own dairy cows. So my mother had to go to the grocery store to buy milk for us. So no, I know for a fact you can literally just leave whole milk on the stove or on your kitchen counter for 24 hours and it's good.
Because we love you.
You're not. We love you.
So remember, if you've accidentally left your milk out on the counter, just ask yourself, let's see, it's good for 6 to 24 hours. Where are we on the spectrum? And yes, Tom and I have tested it because with Tom and my mother was like, that can't possibly be true. So I bought a little container to try it out. Oh yeah, actually whole milk at least when I bought it, was good for 48 hours on the countertop.
Yeah,
I'm not recommending. I'm just
essentially
saying.
it's 6 hours per percent.
Yes, that is what our family has conducted several experiments now because, of course, we have.
Plus 6 for 0. So, like, fat free is 6 hours, 1% is 12, 2% is 18, whole is 24.
Yep.
Without real worry.
He told me, like, when he was a kid, when he'd come home from school, his mother would have already, because she worked part-time as a cashier at the grocery store, she would go ahead and make him a little sandwich and pour a glass of milk for him and put it on the kitchen table because it's going to be good still when he gets home, because she wouldn't make that till like after she fed him for lunch. And he's like, it absolutely will keep. Whole milk will absolutely keep in a cup for 6 hours. He's like, and she put a napkin on the top if there were flies around, because certain times a year on a farm you're gonna have flies, because of the moisture in the dirt. So she just draped napkins over his food, and he's like, and it never tasted bad or anything. It always tasted fresh. So, just a fun fact: if y'all you experience milk anxiety like I have, if it's the same day that you realize you left the milk out, figure out the math, and you'll figure out if it's still good.
Oh no.
We're both clicking. Yes. Maggie can't do monk fruit. Oh dear.
That's a new one. I wonder what family it's in. Like, how do you even get that allergy?
Monk fruit is a type of squash.
Oh.
Super sweet.
I mean, I definitely like it far better than stevia.
Now he's got a whole bottle and can't drink it or die. The fact that you haven't poured it out like a real ADHD writer. What are you hoarding it for? This is how I shall go.
Death by coffee creamer.
Right? Like, this is my hemlock. Don't tempt me.
The other coffee creamer thing that made me cry was I accidentally grabbed the sugar-free coffee creamer, and gross. Because I drink.
I'm gonna go crack open an egg.
Okay.
I usually grab. I usually get Coffee Mate because I love the peppermint mocha flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And I accidentally grabbed the sugar-free, and I'm like, oh, it won't be that bad. No, it was terrible.
It's bad, yeah. Maggie, it's not food at that point. It's poison. Flush the poison down the sink. Going to send it to work with the hubby so he can flush it down the sink? Okay.
Gloria, you have no place to stand on this one. You know that.
Shut up.
Woo! Story time.
We have several mugs and then a whole lot of food that we have had to send to other homes just so they can be disposed of there. Including a bunch of freezer stuff that my stepdad was like, okay, so what is it she can't actually eat? Because I can't figure out based on the ingredients what's going on here. What am I missing?
I have thrown out things. I threw out a whole sack of potatoes yesterday.
Speaking of, do we still have that mostly empty half gallon of milk in the back of the fridge that behind the fresh milk?
Oh, no. It said hello to me when I opened the cap, so I flushed it down the sink.
Okay, so that one has been removed? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I opened it and was like, nope, sink. Because if I can't make cheese with it, what is the point of it? It's not like I'm going to bathe in it. Oh, that's gross.
Maggie has, a working biological disposal at her hubby's work.
Must be nice. Just a bunch of human vacuums. All right. Is there any further adulting anyone has that they want to get off their chest?
Learn how to moisturize. This is an adult skill that people don't tell you. You will thank yourself for later. But future you will be very happy that past you did it.
Apparently, my genetics are in my favor because neither of my parents moisturize. But they, like, if you got rid of my dad's gray hair, you would not think he was as old as he was. You look at my mother and you're like, she's in her 30s. Maybe.
Oh, no, I'm not just talking about like for aging effects, but your skin will get drier as time goes on. Elastin will start breaking down as you get older. Like there are a lot of skin ripping is a thing that they don't warn you about when you are young. And it's good to keep your skin as healthy as you can possibly keep it to prevent that from happening, because it's much harder to catch up on that later.
Yeah, not many nutrients actually go through the skin into the body, but there's a lot of nutrients you can rub into the skin that the skin will use and repair itself with.
Yep.
So many people at my work that are residents have really thin skin and they just have bruises and sores.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, one of the things I noticed, because I used to have a really hard time finding moisturizers that didn't make me feel like I was suffocating, but also that worked. And one of the things I noticed for me personally was when I would get a professional massage, my skin felt great afterwards, and I didn't feel like I was suffocating, like my skin could breathe. And the kind of oil that most massage therapists down here in Mississippi use, at least, is almond oil, just pure almond oil. And so I have found that almond oil works really well on my skin and hair. I'm not saying it works great for everybody. That's not what I'm trying to say. But almond oil is heavy enough that it helps hold down my curls, so it would not be ideal for people with fine, straight hair. For that, I would recommend jojoba oil, because it's a very lightweight oil that's very nourishing for hair. But to find yourself a plain oil, and yes, you can, in fact, use kitchen oils.
Yes.
You can use olive oils. You can use sunflower oil. You can use
oil.
avocado. Yeah, there's all sorts of lovely oil.
I think my stepmom for a while was using like a combination of sunflower oil and grapeseed oil.
Yeah, grapeseed is
She also does not look her age. She's older than my dad.
So grapeseed oil has a bit of a higher acid content. It's also very good for getting oil-based stains out of your kitchen equipment. People who have gotten oil-based stains like on their refrigerator on the outside cover that have dried on, and grapeseed oil is actually what I recommend trying to rub it in to remove. Also, grapeseed oil is great for taking off adhesives that are residues from stickers and things. Because again, because it's a high acid, it'll actually help you get it in there even better. But find an oil that you can use. Find an oil on your hair. Find an oil that you can use on your skin. There's no other ingredients. It's just oil, okay? So you don't want to use much, but it's also very helpful after you get out of your bath or shower while your skin is still wet, or after you wash your hands. So we're literally talking a drop or two as you just rub it in and let your skin absorb it. We're not talking a tremendous amount of oil. But like if you're like
You're not oiling a chicken for the oven.
You're not oiling a chicken. You're oiling a human, so just a drop will do you. And give that a try. It can be very nourishing for your skin without having to worry about what else is in this moisturizer. Have you tried oil? It's very useful. It's also, you can use a lot of those oils on your skin, on your face. I have found I can use almond oil on my skin and I don't break out in any kind of skin problems, even though I have very sensitive skin and I have psoriasis and eczema. I don't break out anything. But I know most massage therapists, when I asked them, they recommended jojoba because again, it's lighter weight, so even less people tend to break out in reactions or acne from jojoba on their face. So just some things to think about of, yes, you should probably oil your face. Also, and I did not learn this till I was in my late 20s, early 30s. If you have like you sometimes your hands feel dry and almost kind of scratchy, like dried bits of skin, that's actually a sign you need to exfoliate them, not moisturizing them more. First you need to exfoliate, then you moisturize, and that will take care of the dry, rough skin. Because all the advertisements always said, oh, you need more moisture, versus you are trying to hydrate dead skin. You need to moisturize a little bit first. I mean, you need to exfoliate a little bit first before you moisturize, and you will find you get much better results. And I did not learn that till I was in my very late 20s.
I just
So
made a
CB.
very sad discovery.
Yeah, the best time to exfoliate is after your skin has absorbed as much water as it's going to, because then there's a definite boundary difference between the dead skin and the part that's still alive and needs moisture. And then you can, just rub it off and it'll just come on.
Yep.
And it won't rip your skin like if you try to exfoliate when your skin's dry.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
But yeah, skincare is important. You want that skin. You have to live in it. Also, if your skin has a lot of breaks or rips or other things, remember all of those are entries for infection. So at the very least, even just putting Neosporin, or even honestly, even just like petroleum jelly onto a tear on your skin can be very protective to prevent infection. It always concerns me when I see young people just ignore all their wounds and they're just walking around with open wounds left and right. And I'm like, what is happening, child? You see a lot of college campuses, Carrie. Don't look at me that way. I'm like, literally will see young people of any gender just walking around with open wounds. And it's like, you could get infection, but also put a Band-Aid on it? Like,
I might be guilty of that.
Bandages are your friend.
you can buy them with Little Nemo on them and other delightful characters.
We have crayon-shaped ones
Yeah, like
at the
you
store.
You live independently now, so you can buy any kind of bandage you want and put it on if you want. So get the ones you want.
Unicorns. We had unicorn bandits for the longest time here.
Exactly. But yes, please don't walk around with open wounds. You're thinking, oh, it'll be fine. It'll scab over eventually. And meanwhile,
No,
you're rubbing, because you're walking on a sidewalk or in a building and you brush against somebody who was just handling raw chickens and they too were as cavalier about their health as you're being about yours. And guess what? Now you got chicken juice in an open wound. Please put a Band-Aid on these things.
Please.
I swear, I know that right now I sound like Beverly Goldberg. I am aware there's a certain in here. But I am actually quoting experiences of other people I have personally witnessed going, child, why did you walk into a kitchen with an open wound where they're preparing raw chicken? And you then look shocked that you not only got a skin infection, but now you also have salmonella poisoning. And this was at a university campus kitchen. He's hiding under a bucket, trying to hide from the judgment. So again, let us learn to love ourselves enough to care for the body we have.
Kitchen light.
Yeah, here's another little tip, as an adult, things we've learned. Speaking of cuts and wounds. So, what do you call it? Hydrogen peroxide is only good for the initial cleansing of a wound.
I don't know what is going on with this. There's a lot here, y'all. I can't decipher it, but I don't know that I want to. It's Mr. Spence. Somebody hold him.
We're not going to touch that. Just
somebody hold Mr. Spence. Okay.
But real quick on wound care,
salmon and vanilla.
Because I've heard these horror stories. Here's the things about wound care, which is Hydrogen peroxide cleans a wound, but it also makes it a little harder for the skin to repair. So don't use it more than the initial time.
You only use it once.
That's it. And after that, if you need to redress the wound because it's a big wound or it's just taking a while to heal, go get the highest proof alcohol you can find, especially if you're in the States, and you can get Everclear. Because pure alcohol does not burn or hurt on the skin.
Well,
it's just impurities
clean
in alcohol.
So wood grain alcohol, isopropyl alcohol will burn like the dickens because it's impure. That's why if people drink isopropyl alcohol, they could go blind. That's why.
Literally.
Or develop Jake leg. Versus Everclear, which is approved for human consumption. Somehow is pure enough that it does not burn. My mother, a militant teetotaler, was like, "Why do you have Everclear?" She saw it in my bathroom closet. And I'm like, "What do you think? I'm just like putting the towels away and taking a nip? Like, what do you think's happening?" She's like, "Are you?" No, but would it be any of your business if I was? I mean, I'm more like a grown ass woman in my mid-20s. But she's like, "But why? Really? Why?" I figured you'd have a reason, Gloria. You have a reason why you do everything. Why do you? And I was like, because when people have wounds that need to get washed, I wash it in Everclear so it won't burn, but ain't nothing surviving it. And she's like, "Is that really true? But it'll hurt so bad." I'm like, "Everclear does not. Next time you have a wound, come to my house and I will wash it for you." Because I happen to know, because I am so klutzy, y'all. I have gotten, like, not just bruises, but bruises so bad the skin broke. Like, do you know how painful it is to work on a wound where there's a huge honking bruise under it?
Mm-hmm.
I am so klutzy. Like, so many people... I am so klutzy that people really do think that I am like a perpetual victim of domestic abuse. It's so embarrassing. But like doors just suddenly come at me, I swear. Literally last night I sat down in the chair in the kitchen and totally bruised my back on a corner of a wall. And I was like, "Oh God." And I'm just grateful that I don't have to go out of the house anytime soon backless. So nobody is like, "What happened? Is Tom hitting it?" Like, my whole life, people keep, because I bruise so easily, people think that people are hurting me all the time. And it's no, I'm just.
We had a very bitey cat. And when my sister was in high school, she loved wearing hoodies. The bigger, the baggier, the better. Like, she would hide her arms and stuff. So when she went on a trip with the marching band, she had all these scratches on her hands from the cat.
Mm-hmm.
And the way she wore her hoodies with her hands tucked in, one of the moms who was a chaperone was a nurse and noticed and thought she was doing the self-harmies.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, like, I mean, like, y'all, if you have a wound, you're worried it's going to spread, I'm so good at butterflying. I can manufacture butterflies. You're going to have a very tiny scar by the time I'm done. A teeny tiny, no stitches required. But yeah, my mom eventually did have a wound. She fell while she was garage sale when she came to the house. She's like, "I remembered. I was on my way home and then I remembered you said, I'm coming."
Were they monarchs or swallowtails?
Whichever you want. I can make them out of colored stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Tom's seen my fine butterfly work. I'm so good. But yeah, she came and I gave her the full Everclear treatment. She braced herself. She thought it was gonna hurt so bad. She's like, "Wait, did you just psych me out and use water?" I'm like, "No, ma'am. I literally just poured a quarter cup of Everclear on this wound to wash it out. And then, of course, yes, let me get out my butterfly bandages. Nobody needs a good honking scar." And like did the whole finishing of the dressing of, I think it's something that like that is an important skill. Wound care is a very important skill if you wish to adult like a pro. I honestly recommend people teach it to children. I wish more people did teach it to children. I don't understand why people don't teach it to children. The child does not have to be yours for you to give them wound care tips.
All those cats.
I believe it. I mean, like, honestly, a lot of the times when I see like weird scars and wounds on someone, the first they ask is, do you have many cats, or are you one of those cat people? Because chaotic scratches, yeah, that's a cat.
I brought up the hydrogen peroxide because if you keep applying it every day, it will keep a wound from closing up and healing.
Yes.
When Peanut was in NICU, I was so stressed I was breaking out in hives. And that combined with being an anxious picker,
Mm.
I have scars on my arms
Mm-hmm.
that will probably never go away. I've since curbed that.
Mm-hmm.
So every once in a while, I'll still catch myself if I have a scratch or something, and I'll go, nope.
Okay, so also another bit of wound care that brings up specifically. If you find yourself being a picker at your wounds, if you have a cat, it's time to take the cat to the vet.
Yes.
Most likely your cat has an infection.
A parasitic infection.
Yes. Because that is a sign of, I can't remember what it's called now.
It's not trichomoniasis, it's the other one.
Yeah. But yeah, if you weren't always like your entire life like to pick at things, but you are now.
Toxoplasmosis. It's like it's something with a T. I can't remember. But yeah, picking at your skin or pulling your hair is actually a sign that your cat has a parasitic infection, and the vet can clear that up real quick. Toxoplasma gondii. More than 30 million people in the United States carry the parasite.
My sister had to get a tetanus shot when she was working for the APL because they would do a catch and release of strays, and they would catch the strays, get them fixed, and then re-release them if they were too feral. And then they wouldn't have kittens. So my sister was helping out with them one day, and they had I think it was kittens that they found, and she was helping taking them out of the carrier, and they scratched her, and she didn't think anything of it because she'd been scratched by cats before that were domesticated. It's like, oh, it's not a big deal. By the end of the day, her finger had swollen up.
Ooh.
And she had to go get a tetanus shot.
Yes.
I also think that part of adulting is it's okay to be anxious and not want to call a doctor and use the phone, but doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Or honestly, getting a friend to impersonate you to call for you.
That's hard for Joe to do.
Oh, Tom, tell me about impersonating me.
I mean, it depends on what I can get away with. Whether you are, let's just say, postmenopausal, or just have a sore throat.
Yes. Tom barely raises his voice. People don't question. However, like I have like done it with like even coworkers, where I impersonated them while they stand right there and they have their numbers ready and everything. Of like, here, I'll just make the call for you and pretend to be you. Because if just doing this thing is what's, preventing you from then going, like, Just get a friend to do it. I've called for friends to doctor's offices. Friends have called for me. Like when you're stressed, it's harder to do these things. And if someone else can help you out, what does it matter? You got it done. You know? But yeah, like I've called for my mother has called for me. I've also let my mother out for many people back when she was alive. She was a lot of people's mother at financial aid. She
lot.
impersonated many people's mothers. She's like, "What's my name? Do you remember your mother's maiden? You better call her right now. I'll have to know that." My mother's got it written in notes. Like at a certain point, they're like, "Man, how many children do you have?" And she says, "Enough, and I love them all." Like it was at least 18 of them were enrolled one semester. But like she was like, if your mom lives too far away to travel, and financial aid at my university, bullshit. They would not like do anything if you didn't have a parent present, even when you're in your like mid 20s. So sometimes you
Yep.
really do have to get your mother or father to come. And my mom, at the time wasn't working. So she had the time to go impersonate a whole bunch of other people's mothers.
My dad just went for one of my sister's friends and like said I'm here on behalf of his mom because she's 2 hours away, and it wasn't like a financial aid or anything. It was they were hanging out on campus one night, and um they had left their bags sitting on like the bleachers or wherever they were at, and campus security came by and noticed her friend's pocket knife that was a little bit on the larger side, and so confiscated it. So they called up my sister called up my dad and like, can you help him get his knife back? And he's like, so he went up there and he's like, I'm here on behalf of this boy's mother because she lives in Toledo and I can vouch for him.
But yeah, like if you need friends to come with you, a friend to come with you to your medical appointment, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
You find that friend that you trust to come, and then yes, if you need to, train them or brief them ahead of time about, okay, here's why I'm going, and here is what I need to get out of this. And if you need to be, do your impression of the most judgmental mother ever. And I don't care your gender, I will tell you that. Do your impression of the most judgmental mother ever when you ask questions.
They
I
have tested this.
Huh?
They have tested this. Doctors literally do a much better job if someone else is there to witness it.
Even if they don't actually ever say a single word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes also my memory is like a sieve when I have really bad brain fog. And so I'll go to the doctor's appointment and my mom will call me like, so what happened? It's like, I don't know. something happened.
I do always take notes.
So sometimes, like when I was in college and my sister was in college at the same time as me, she would go with me sometimes so that.
And nowadays, with modern phones, you can just FaceTime or equivalent with someone, so they're just there in your pocket, and you just tell the doctor if they are here to remind me and to help, but they can't be here physically right now, so they're here on the phone.
Mm-hmm. And I've had friends make notes for me while, like, when we both went to one of my medical appointments of, I am physically so sick, I cannot do this. I cannot interact with a human and also take notes. So I need you to take notes. But also feel free to ask any questions you might have because my brain is not working right now. When I'm ill, when I'm really sick or in pain, and I barely have enough brain cells to keep breathing, okay? So
My Get My Crap Together notebook, I have a section for medical notes. I was diligent when I was pregnant and I fell out of that habit, and I need to get back to doing that.
And like I have actually had experiences where I've talked about him before. The man that my father met at Burger King who turned out to be autistic, who was deaf, and that we became, lifelong friends actually. When I moved back down here, I reconnected with him. He was still working at Burger King. And at one point in my mid 20s, he actually had a friend call me because he needed me to go with him to a doctor appointment and take notes. Dad had told him, if you ever need us to help you, just call any member of my family. And I had given him my phone number because he had originally had his friend call my father. My father was like, I'm in Arizona. I can't. But call Glory. And so I went with him to his doctor's appointment and, pretty much just acted as a go-between because, again, they were talking down to him and they were not taking his concerns seriously. And of course, as y'all know, I have mentioned before, if anybody ever asks, what is the relationship here? And there's not really a real relationship. The answer is we're cousins. Because everyone is sixth cousins with each other. Everyone on the planet. They've done enough math to figure this out. We're all sixth cousins. We may be closer related than that. We may be fourth cousins. But everybody is sixth cousins. So it's not a lie. It's absolutely true. It's nobody's business how distantly related we are. But since we're both humans, we're sixth cousins. And I said, I'm his cousin. And they're looking at me like, do you have anything to say? And they're like, no. But yeah, like he needed an advocate, and the wait list for a health advocate in our state was 6 months long.
Whew.
6 months long to get a free healthcare advocate to go with you to a doctor appointment.
It's worse now.
Yeah, it's actually worse now. And so I was like, oh, sure, I'll absolutely come. And the only reason I actually went was because Mom was too busy. Because Mom was like, oh, I'll go. But then it turned out like the time and date, she was working for a lawyer at the time who literally had a courtroom case in that time. And so she needed to be there to assist him. So I went. And I kept notes and everything, and I translated for him. And then he's like, he wrote to me because, he'd write out, since I am not fluent in ASL. And he's like, do you believe that? I'm like, maybe. Let me ask some more questions about this. Because I think what ultimately it was something to the effect of he wanted to know if he was capable of having children. He had some fevers as a child, and he and his girlfriend wanted to have children. And every time he asked about it, the doctor and nurse never gave him a straight answer. And I witnessed that. And I'm like, and I finally said, this is a grown man. He absolutely has a right to know if he is capable of producing offspring. Now you say yes or no, or I don't know, or we need to do tests, but there's no other options here. And they're like, well, that's not really our place. I'm like, you're a medical healthcare provider. It is literally your place. And you're the only one, because he has an HMO, you're the only one who can then require or request the specialist if he needs to be tested. But he's asking a legitimate question. You either answer or we're leaving now, and he gets his money back. Oh, guess what? The doctor didn't want to give the money back. They literally did go out to talk to the office manager first and found out, oh no. Yeah. And I was like, we are not leaving till we have either a referral, we have a test, we have something. We have a definitive answer or not. But this is what he literally set an appointment up for this. You are giving him an answer, or you are explaining why you're giving him his money back. He got a test and a referral. But then his girlfriend was available to go to that one with the fertility doctor. Thankfully, it had a happy ending. They were capable of having children. Apparently, they may not have understood how to have sex, so once they got the right pamphlet, they very quickly got pregnant.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being so sheltered and so sweet-natured that you... And his girlfriend did not go to a special school or anything. She was just a regular nice woman. I met her. She was lovely. She loved him. He loved her. And neither of them apparently understood, though, how this... They had been sleeping together, and they would say that. They had been sleeping together, but fully clothed, y'all. For months. And they were, like, not sure why they weren't getting pregnant. It was the sweetest thing.
I mean, they got the language right.
Right, because that's what they understood. And these were not the kind of people to look at pornography. They were very sweet people who were like, no, we love each other. But yeah.
They also, let's be honest as well, though. Neither of these people really used euphemisms much.
Yeah, they did not. They
Like,
were
they
both
did not have a real concept of
they
euphemism.
were neurodivergent, but but they had taken, like, when you sleep together. So, but they were both fully wearing pajamas, fully clothed, head to toe, even with socks.
Oh,
Gotta uncover the toes, man.
And when asked, so like before they had wanted to get pregnant, people asked, well, are you using protection? And they thought protection was winter clothing. So she would wear a winter hat to bed. I was like, she's like, are you laughing? I'm like, no, that is the cutest, sweetest thing I have ever heard in my life. Oh my God. But it is adorable, but also, how do y'all not know? And then he's like, I literally told her this. I know how to have sex. I have watched enough animals do it on the farm that his mother was. I told her, no, this is how you do it. And I'm like, oh, am I witnessing your first real argument that's still ongoing? And he's like, yes. Jake was like, oh my God. Anyway, they ended up having like 2 or 3 kids. They're very happily married.
aw.
You just lay down and imagine all them purdy.
Look at her hands before she wanted to get pregnant. She literally wear winter hats to bed and a winter coat and make them turn the air conditioner on at night for protection. And he's like, I can't have air conditioning on in the winter time. I'll just go sleep on the couch. So she didn't have to wear protection. Y'all, people. These are real people, y'all. They are real people. I can't make this up, but you will see this in Fillmore one day. Anyway.
One
It's
time,
like,
break will be gone.
yes.
Welcome to the American sex ed system.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, if I had a penny for every adult human being, we had to explain that horseback riding does not prevent pregnancy too. If I had a penny,
If that was the case, none of us would exist.
For reals, though.
How would that work? Given we're almost so much of the world is related to Genghis Khan. Was it a
when
special?
you bring that up, they look at you like, oh, because they're not thinking that far ahead. Someone told them if you ride a horse, you're fine. So, like, they would go out and party and then go horseback riding and then wonder why they had so many kids. Grown
Welcome to America.
adults. Yes.
All right, I need to look up that YouTube video with the Yahoo answers.
Forget-a-net.
Forget-a-net.
What if Google was a person?
But yeah,
Perdante.
look. There's like, being an adult is not having to know everything. It's just having to know where you can go find the information reliably. Not unlike what it takes to be a librarian. That's it. And also, I think, like, if you get an answer that's not satisfactory, keep finding new people to ask. Because sometimes it's hard knowing how to word your query in a search engine.
True.
Like, that is seriously a skill. I did not realize that not everybody has this skill, since I apparently was born with Google Foo. But, like, I know, I'm just being silly.
You speak AI.
Yes. But, like, I have literally showed people like, oh, I can never find this information. I'm literally on my phone searching it. Here, this is information you're looking for. Like, how did you do that? And I show them my very simple search query terms. And they're like, oh, that. And then they literally pull it up on their phone. They're like, oh, when I put that in, that's when I get it. So again, learning even how to search engines. It is a skill. It is not some inherent, either you have this talent or you don't, but you'll never get it, blah, 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 blah.
And if you have a foregone answer in your head and you don't find that answer, it is not a conspiracy. Maybe you're wrong.
The only thing I can say is Pinterest is not a good search engine to look up reliable medical information. Please, everybody needs to stop using Pinterest. Why shouldn't I give my child a vaccine? What does Pinterest have to say? No. No, the answer is no. No.
WebMD will tell you you're dying every time.
That is true.
No matter what you put in.
How many times did Tom come home and he's like, how are you? Why do you look funny? And I'm like, I've been on WebMD for 2 hours and I'm dying.
I don't need WebMD for that. I can just call my mother. Because she knows everything about medicine and why I'm dying.
Like, it is true. Like, it does not matter what I look up on WebMD. If I go down that rabbit hole, eventually I get to cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I once looked up, like, what is the difference between a welt and a rash? And I ended up at Cancer Town.
Just call your mother.
So, again, understanding how search engines work and which search engines used for what. If you are looking for decorating advice, Pinterest is a lovely resource. If you are looking for accurate, credentialed medical information, Pinterest is
based on research.
You know what is the National Institute of Health? That's a good one. Okay, highly recommend. All right.
Maybe the Mayo Clinic.
Maybe.
Well, at least if you know the possibilities.
But also, like, while it's okay to get medical advice from your best friend's mother, if it sounds non-standard, maybe do a little searching for yourself. Again, not on Pinterest.
Look, I'm one of the most, like, woo-woo people y'all are going to meet and tolerate. And there's lots of magical teas that can do a lot of good things for you, but they don't fix everything, y'all. They don't fix everything. You need to take your meds.
Mm-hmm. So,
And a lot of those teas contain the same ingredients the meds do. It's more
Just
reliable in the
unregulated.
meds. It's more consistent, and that's why it's more effective.
yes.
Because the difference
Yes,
between
Maggie, that is the video.
because the difference between 5 micrograms of certain substances and 25 micrograms is life.
Can be, yes. So it's just something to keep in mind. Versus, like, yes, I am the kind of person who will, like, go to someone else and go, do you think I should take cough syrup right now? Like, if I'm looking for Dr. Mom advice, that's one thing. But if you are looking for life or death information, such as what kind of medical care to use, please use reliable medical information searching versus avoid Pinterest and Facebook. They were not designed for that, and they suck at it. They just suck at it.
Go to Healthline first.
So,
Yeah.
Still better resource.
Still better.
for me, the most important thing that
You still cite your sources.
if you get nothing else out of here, out of anything any of us have said, the most important things about adulting are: 1, don't be afraid to ask for help. 2, life should not be a never-ending parade of depression. That means you probably need a psychiatrist. Depression is a real thing. If everything in your life is causing you to feel depressed, one, you may need to make serious life changes, or two, you may have a chemical imbalance that you need to talk to somebody about and get treated. Life should be at a baseline kind of fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like and sometimes it's still there, a stigmatism about being on antidepressants,
Yes, there is.
anti-anxiety meds and stuff like that.
Unfortunately.
But the way that the doctor explained it to my mother so that she was finally okay with it is if you have an infection, you take meds for it. Like if you have the flu, you take meds for it. It's the same exact thing. There's something wrong with your brain, you take meds for it.
Right.
Like
You have
It
to
is
introduce
not-
the missing chemicals here.
Like, it doesn't mean you're a morally deficient person if you need to take
Right.
antibiotics. So why would it mean anything about your character or your quality or even like how you're living your life to take mental health medicine as well?
and it doesn't mean you failed.
It absolutely does not. It just means you're human. And thankfully now there's technology you can swallow to help it be better.
But yeah, sometimes there are just basic life changes that you can make, and you should make sure that you are exploring those, because I vet your psychiatrists, because there are some that are just very good at just handing out anti-anxiety and not actually talking to their people, especially when you don't need an anti-anxiety because you have other issues. So make sure that you're vetting, talking to people, finding out information about the people that you're going to for therapy. But not everything can be fixed from just, making your house a little bit brighter, or the music that you listen to, or the people that you talk to. That can help with a lot of things.
Sure.
But it's important to remember there's a difference between your brain and your mind. You may have everything worked out mentally so that things should be working fine. But if there is a chemical imbalance, you got to treat that. You just have to treat that.
Sandalwood alone will not fix this.
It is true. You are correct, sir.
There is no form of sandalwood strong enough, let alone patchouli.
Oh God, I was going to say, but the patchouli, Tom, won't it fix your depression? We're literally we're subtweeting to each other about a person we used to know.
Yeah.
Every time anyone brought up like that they're experiencing depression, like symptoms, she's like, "Let me light some patchouli for you. You'll feel better." No, we won't. Nobody's gonna feel better.
Because I think so many of the earlier generations left behind this idea and are still enforcing this idea that you should have a base dissatisfaction with your life that's just being an adult. No, rage against that dissatisfaction. There may be things that you can do to fix it. They may be long term. They may not be easy, and they may require getting a whole bunch of people together and organizing something to fix your community, or in some instances, your entire freaking country. And I say this as somebody who it's about to be illegal for me to live in the state.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to just fight and push back. But it's not about you. It's not you did not fail because life threw you a curveball.
Right.
Like if you have a chronic illness, if you have a chronic pain, like it is not a moral fault that I hurt my knee when I was 16. Should I have been running upstairs? No. And don't run upstairs. It's bad. Don't do it. But I did not deserve a life of pain because I was running up a flight of stairs. No one deserves their pain. And if anyone is telling you that you deserve the pain that you have, that's not adulting. That's not.
Those people are psychos.
Yes, those people are out.
I'm going to call them out. I'm going to call all of them. If they say you deserve pain, those people are psychotic, and you need to do whatever you can to get far away from them, because they are dangerous to your livelihood. They are dangerous to your very existence. Pain, literally, long-term chronic pain, will make holes in your brain. That is what pain does to our neurology. You need to not be in pain because you need a whole brain. We all do. So anyone who's saying pain is your lot in life is not advocating for you.
And anyone who says, well, that's just life, is it really? Because there are very few things that you can say that about that are true. Because we have a very big problem as a species that we get into this permanent mentality that the way things are now is the way things have always been and the way they will always be. And if you ever run up against that wall where somebody is telling you, well, that's just life. But is it though? That may be life right now.
If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always had.
Yep.
And
if you don't like
that?
what you have, you've got to change it.
It should be your desire to leave this world a little bit better than you found it, as best as you can. And anyone who's telling you there is no room for improvement, we cracked it, gave up a long time ago. They're not looking out for your or anyone else's best interest, and they probably have a financial stake in you feeling the way that you were feeling.
Or at the very least, they need their mental health illnesses treated.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yes, my mother and father have said pretty much everything as Charlie is warning you about, has said to my freaking face. And I'm just like, yeah, no. Nope. It's not the reality I'm willing to accept. No.
Because when
my mother eventually got treatment and my father wandered out in the Tucson desert and never came back. That is what happened where both of their mental health outcomes.
Because things can always be improved. Things can always get better. It just may be really, really hard to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But
and it may take a very long time.
But that's one of the things that makes me so grateful that I knew my great-grandfather, because I feel like I am one of those people that lived like he did. When he was a little kid, there were not cars. There were not airplanes. He was born in the 1800s. And he would tell me about how everything around him was a miracle. And he lived well into his hundreds because he saw all of this wonderful stuff that was happening around him as what it was, a miracle. When I was a kid, we didn't have the internet. The idea that I could talk to somebody in Mississippi regularly, in Canada, oh God, I would never be able to talk to somebody in another country.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, and understand them easily.
Yeah.
Like, there was long distance, but it sucked.
Yeah.
And was expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But miracles happen all the time. And we like to gloss them over because they're packaged as products. I'm holding a computer in my hand that is stronger than what got us to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we may not be able to solve our way out of every problem, but there's very little that a whole bunch of motivated human beings can put their minds to that they cannot find some kind of a solution.
It's true.
That's what has made us so successful as a species.
Well, and let's be honest, like, part of the inspiration for these amazing pocket computers is shows like Star Trek. Yep. And like sci-fi fantasy books that inspired people when they were young or in their 20s, and they were like, you know what I want to do with my life? I want to make this a reality. Wouldn't that be cool? And enough people also agreed. It's sort of like 20, 30 years ago, they were saying that the world, our world, I'm talking about Earth, was just going to boil and burn, and there's a limited future for humans, let alone life on Earth. And enough people who love science and love inventing and love research went, I wonder if I could like tackle this one little bit, this one little information, and we could see if there's a way to improve this. And we are now in a world where the world we know is definitely not going to burn and boil. There's still plenty of room for improvement. But environmentally speaking, things are looking up.
We closed the hole in the ozone.
Yes. Like, you remember when that was going to be like the end of humans? We were going to go out like the dinosaur from our own fault, And like, and nobody did it. Nobody got together as a group. Not really. Not for the first, 10, 15 years. Nobody got together as a group. It's just a bunch of people grew up and went to college and got degrees and went, you know what I want to research? The environment. I want to see if maybe there's a better way to harvest energy or store energy. Or how about clean water? Or desalinate water? Or how about we use salt water as an energy source? Is that possible? Like, and the answer was, well, we don't know, but I guess I could research this little bit. And enough of these things snowballed that we are in a much more hopeful place just about our environment, and let alone like what the next 100 years is going to look like. So, like, yes, we do live in a dystopia. It is often heartbreaking and terrible, and it is, and those feelings are valid, but they are not forever. There are enough good people in this world who are still trying to do good in the world, and they're going to keep trying.
And to be honest, the pandemic should give us hope. No, never before in our species' history have we been able to go, oh, here is a disease, it is dangerous to us, and be able to come up with treatments and vaccines and everything so quickly. And that was not because they rushed it. It's because a lot of people were worried about these bugs and had been studying them for 20 years. And all of a sudden they were like, oh, guess what? I've got all the research papers for you. I've already done this work. And we're able to bring that to bear on the problem.
Right.
Like, we were not able to do this a century ago when the bad influenza wave went around the world.
Mm-hmm.
We did
There's a reasonable chance within the next 50 years we will actually have a cure for the common cold that they thought was impossible.
Amazing? I grew up with them saying it's impossible. And now, wait, what? In my lifetime? That would be so awesome. Or at least almost in my lifetime. We'll see how long I live.
There are potential cures for cancer that are being tested right now that actually, depending on whether or not they work in humans, they've worked in the animal trials, they're doing the human trials now. But the idea that they're actually in human trials, like they've made it that far down the road, that they're in human trials. And there's not just one way of doing it. There's different vectors from the ones where we're teaching the immune system to go after. There's the extremely radical one that they're currently testing in humans, where they're basically destroying the immune system entirely and rebuilding it from the ground up. And at least in animals, that was immensely successful. We have to see if it will work in humans as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that this is a possibility, like these are these things that when I was a kid were like, we will never have. There may be a vaccine for HIV soon.
Yeah, it's in human trials and so far has been successful.
Yeah.
Like, these are things that when I was younger, they will never happen. And we will never be.
It's not possible.
It is not.
Yeah, it literally was on the front page of Time magazine. All this like simulation of what an HIV virus looks like. And they were literally saying there's 14 to 19 layers to this thing. We will never have a vaccine for that. It's too complicated. That literally was on the front page of Time magazine when I was like in middle school. And my father was like, hey, I'm so sorry, kid. Like, well,
because being a human,
like, I'm not even old. I'm it's only been like, I don't know, 25, 30 years since then, and they're like, oh yeah, we're in human trials. It's looking good. Like, hell yeah.
Because being an adult is not about losing hope. It is not about hopelessness. No matter how much previous generations try to tell us that, being an adult is about changing the kind of hope that you're willing to have. It's not the passive hope that you had when you were a kid, that someone might come along and make it better. It's what can I do? Who can I help? Where can I get resources? It's becoming active about it. It's about naming the things that you want to see changed and working with all of your might in that direction. It's a different kind of hope that you have as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a powerful kind of hope because it's what gets you up in the morning. It's what motivates you to keep going, because no, they're not going to come and save you. They're not going to come and fix everything. We have to play our part. And that can sound scary, and that can sound daunting. And yes, sometimes that can feel impossible.
And I mean, certainly that's filled with uncertainty, and people kind of panic with uncertainty. Oh, Lordy. You mean like, I don't know what's going to happen? Panic. That's the part as adults that we do need to work on, is being comfortable with uncertainty. Because uncertainty is an inherent part of being alive. I don't even want to say it's an inherent part of human. It's an inherent part for anything that's alive. It's inherent for cats. It's inherent for parrots. Life is just uncertain. It's a lot of chaos, y'all. But like, our job is to live our life the way we want and to try our best to leave it a little better than what we found it. And enough of those little people leaving a little bit better than they found it snowballs into miraculous things.
And this is how we tie everything together. Once you have that media literacy where you can spot the shills and the charlatans that are just out there grifting people for things, you can start seeing when the weather is changing, when the winds are blowing in a different way. There were a couple environmental activists that I always in my bones felt were just doing this for the money. They were fundraising for themselves. They weren't doing anything. And then all of a sudden, as we're getting the technologies to actually make things better, all of them wrote books saying, well, the world is over. Just party, live your life. The world's ending. It's okay. Just accept it. And they all changed over to a completely different grift because they could see that the grift that they were on is not going to make them money anymore.
Yep.
And once you can see those charlatans, once you can see those grifters, when you see them suddenly change their story, when you see them suddenly change the grift that they're on, the thing that they were lying about is going to become so blindingly obvious to everyone that they're trying to get ahead of it so that they don't get seen by the masses. And that's the kind of hope I'm talking about. That's the kind of how all of this stitches together. Because the worst thing that you can do is give up. Period. Just don't.
When you give up, you are letting the mean people win.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that means you're exhausted and you're tired. I'm tired too. I'm exhausted. I have no idea day to day or month to month necessarily where to make my next step, how to move forward, where to move forward. I have no idea. I'm throwing spaghetti at a wall, y'all. Seeing what sticks. I have no idea what I'm doing, but little by little, I chip away at a future. Like, truly, I do watch this Doctor Who episode. Carrie's here, so she'll know. It is the one where he is in the confession dial. Was it Hellbent? And he is telling the story about the bird and the mountain.
Oh, yeah.
And he is chipping away at this enormous, it looks like this incredibly thick crystal wall that's like meters and meters thick. And he keeps just punching it with his bare hands.
Oh, okay.
And then dying and then being 3D printed. Yes, Stephen Moffat called it a 3D printer. He's being 3D printed, and he like lives another 2-week life, and to go add another couple punches to a solid crystal wall. And this goes on for millions of years till he finally punches his way through the crystal wall, and he has finally escaped the confession dial. And I think about that, actually, and I watch it, and while a lot of people say, oh, but that episode's so depressing, I'm like, it is not depressing to me. It gives me hope. Because, like, if I do what I can, I will get some distance in the general direction of where I want to be. The life I have now in my early 40s looks nothing like the life I thought I was going to have in my early 20s, or even the life I thought was available to me in my early 20s. Just not even talking about this fantastic technology where I have high-speed internet at an affordable rate and this tiny thin laptop, and I get to talk to you all in real freaking time. Are you kidding? This is all of my wildest dreams that I was told was never going to be real in my lifetime. Literally told to my face by experts when I was a teenager. And I am literally living it. And not even that, but like I'm still trying to be a writer all these decades later. We'll see what happens. So, but like, yeah, that is what life is. And I hope that that doesn't take away anybody's hope. But life is you're the doctor telling a story to yourself as you are bare knuckling a crystal mountain to break through. But here's the thing. You really can break down a crystal mountain that way, even though it is a wild experiment. You really can do it. Oh yeah, your hand's crushed though. But yes, you make it, you know. It is within your grasp. But the thing is I think like just like we talk about managing spoons, managing energy, it's also managing your hope. So that you understand you may have to kind of pivot your hope a little from one direction to like a little bit, maybe like kind of adjust it a couple degrees, but that you still are actively managing your hope. And when you don't know what to do, I'm going to quote an American Tale to you. A cartoon I hope some or most of you have watched. Here it goes. And then we really will wrap up. Keep walking. Look, Papa, keep walking. Oh, look, Papa, keep walking. Just keep walking. Even if you're doing like that little family circus, kind of wandering around the whole neighborhood, baby, you're still going to make some, distance. There goes the internet. Yes, even the internet's trying to cut me out. So there, I'm wrapping up. Even when you don't know where you're going and you're wandering around the whole neighborhood, you're still going to make some distance. You're going to cover some ground, and hopefully you'll network with some more allies. Just keep walking. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I love it every time some of y'all hang out with us.
Hopefully we all learned a few things.
Hello, kitty.
We will.
Did the entire internet go out? I just got a notice from StreamYard about unstable internet connection.
I can still hear you.
Yeah, same.
The internet is like, but is this... I don't know. Okay, well then here we go. Let's wrap it up. Did anybody else before I truly wrap it up? Tom, do you have a podium? You need to.
The only thing I think real quick for media literacy for people to know that a lot of people don't even know, but it helps explain a lot of things. When somebody gets a PhD or a doctorate in something, it's a very specific subject area. It does not mean they know all of science. They know a very specific thing. And when they try to speak with authority about something that their doctorate's not about, they're shilling for somebody to make money and profit.
Mm-hmm.
Versus people who are just talking about the thing that they are fascinated by. Yeah, find out, because they will tell you what all the different info they currently have, and they won't be certain.
Yep.
people who are fascinated by the technology of crypto were never that big into like, oh yeah, invest all of your money into crypto. They're like, it's a fascinating piece of technology and what it can do. We're kind of curious to see if it'll blossom in this direction or that. It's not really an investment instrument. We're not sure what's going on here. And it's because it was a scam literally developed to help launder money. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But the people who are really interested, they'll talk about it forever without gaining anything. They're not trying to sell. There's no way they will gain from you.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people to be interested in what they're talking about.
In the end, truly do follow the money.
Yeah.
Who's paying for what? You'd be surprised how much of this information is actually publicly available.
Yeah, like versus like if you see somebody who has a PhD, a doctorate in astronomy, talking about propane,
ooh,
you know they're being paid.
There's your sign. Right there. There's your sign.
Oh, a psychologist talking about environmental science.
There's your sign.
Star sign.
This is what they're talking about when they say stay in your own lane. This is actually what that was originally referencing. Now people just use it in a rude kind of way, but that's what they're actually referencing of stay in your lane. Talk about the thing you're an expert in and don't go going on and misleading people about all these other things. No. That's why I tell people when I'm talking about what I learned in my degree, what it is, what degree I got. That's why I mention that so they understand this is where my formal education came from. And so this is where I am speaking from. Does it mean that it will forever be 1000% true? No, because the more we're learning about human psychology, there is more information coming out. I am trying my best to stay up on it. It doesn't mean I'm perfect, but I do try to let people know this is where my education is actually where the focus is.
Yes.
So that they understand versus me going, hey, this is just my geek. I really care about bread science. I am fascinated with how to get quick breads to do things. Or this is my latest experiment in chocolate meringue pie. But that is not what my degree is in. It's just me geeking out.
And that's it. Anyone else have any last thoughts?
Nope.
All right.
Well, so next month, February, we are going to fire up the old Creative Recharge show, which means we go watch a lot of things. What is it going to be about? I don't know. Tom and I still haven't actually decided. We should have on Saturday, and instead we got lost watching that Disney movie. So, oopsies. Also, that pie. Anyway.
What Disney movie?
Strange Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were trying to guess why what's his name was so mad at it. You know, who was in charge in Disney at the time?
Chapek.
He's too cute. That's why.
No. Well, my personal guess is I wonder if his grandson's queer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're like, ooh, does this feel too close to home? Boomers are like that.
Mm-hmm.
Spiteful. So, yeah, they could say they're into capitalism, but they're not. They're into their feelings. But anyway, so that's what we instead talked about. But we will start doing Creative Recharge where we talk about analyze shows and movies. And I think that there will be at least a couple episodes where we actually talk about shorts, since we have been so generously given access to Disney Plus, and there is a literal shit ton of all sorts of shorts. Not all of them make you cry, which is great. I'm a very big fan of the not crying ones. I hate the ones.
One of my favorite is the ghost one, the haunted house, where they're the Ghostbusters and they go in. Was it called Grim Getting Ghost? No. What the heck is it called?
Yeah, I'm like, man, this is not ringing a bell. You'll need to
It's an old one.
Oh, you're talking about one of the old Disney cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, that is a classic. Isn't that from 1939 or 38, something like that?
It looks like it's 1929.
Yep.
Maybe.
Off by a decade.
No, it wasn't that one. It was a different one. Shoot.
So that's what we're going to do with Creative Recharge. If anybody... She found it.
Lonesome Ghosts.
If anybody has requests or recommendations, this is the next 3 to 4 days to find a way to message us and let us know your requests so that we can fit it into the 2 to 3 month curriculum I'm literally designing this week or else. So be sure to get your requests in. Yes, we are talking about doing yet a 3rd episode of Revisiting Kevin Smith. Because of course. So anyhow, I hope you all will keep joining us. It'll be same bat time, same bat channel.
And I may have some unpopular opinions about The Last of Us that may be either a video or an episode of the podcast soon.
Fantastic.
I'm sure it won't be nearly as bad as everyone's review of Halo. Like, that's just trauma fuel.
I hated Halo so much.
And I have seen good fan-made Halo.
The thing with The Witcher is not only a game. It was first.
It was always a book series first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. Is based on the book.
There's difference.
Well, we're going to in a half hour be on Discord in the Clubhouse voice chat hangout. If anyone would like to join us at Unicorn Council Discord server, as always, if you are watching this at any point and you don't have access to our Unicorn Council Discord server, there is a link in my link tree down below in the doobly-doo. Also, did you know that everybody's links are there? I was actually on the ball today. Everybody's linkity links are down there, or some version of their linkity links. Are these valid linkity links? No promises were made.
But you tried.
I gave it a try, y'all. Okay, with love. And also let me know if I need to update your linkity links. Good night. Love you all. Good night.